Hi. Hello. If you can hear me, post in the comments where you're tuning in from so that I can confirm that all this tech I'm trying to work right now is actually working because I haven't done this in a long time. I haven't done this live stream thing in a long time. We're out of practice. Yes, Seattle, Duluth, Bay Area, Denver. Okay. It seems like you guys can hear me. Minneapolis on your lunch break. Portland, California, Woodbury, Michigan. Yay. Hello. Norway. See, this is why Ontario, Canada, this is why I wanted to do this because I know that people are watching from around the world in horror at what's happening here in Minneapolis. And I wanted to provide, some sort of clarity, some outreach, some way to raise money, to give what you can if you can. Thank you, Anonymous, just contributed $100. Let me throw the donation link in the chat. Hopefully this works. It's also in the description on YouTube somewhere, but hopefully I'll just keep posting it in the chat wherever you're watching because I'm also live on Twitch. I'm also live on Facebook, of all places. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining. Thank you for becoming a new member, Lefty Hannah. Blue Witch, thanks for your donation. As you can see, if you're looking at your screen, at the very top, you can see kind of our progress. Amazing. Thank you, Peyton and Brady. Anonymous, thank you for your generous donations. The goal today is 10,000. It's going towards the Immigrant Defense Network, and we're going to talk all about them and what they do and why. And I have your chat messages pulled up here, no matter if you're watching on Twitch or Facebook or YouTube. So I can see that. And I can also pop your chats onto the screen. Rabby Batty, sorry, I'm calling you out here. Thank you. Of course, happy to be here, but you can see your chats pop up. How fun is that? Thank you. Favorite anger translator. I do my best. I do my best. Thank you. Thank you. Anything donated today, I'm going to corral it all together and make sure it gets to the Immigrant Defense Network. I have this bar up on top of the screen so we can track our progress. I'm planning on being here till like 4:00 this afternoon. Hopefully I can last that long. This is kind of like a marathon session for me. I'm used to my 20-minute videos, but thank you. Yes, I agree. Seeing so many people in here from all over the world is overwhelming. Thank you, everyone, for caring. And I think people do care. And I think people are watching Minneapolis and they're not sure what to do. And we will talk about that today as well, because I think it's important to discuss what it means to organize and to meet this moment where it is. Thank you, Mark. Thank you. I'm so sorry. The font is so little. Riley, Julia, Charlotte, thank you for your donations. I've got 47 screens pulled up right now, so I'm juggling. Okay, I'm multitasking, and I'm happy to be here. It's been a while since I've been live, but I think it's a fun way to connect with people and show solidarity. For those of you who are not able to, thank you, happy to be here doing this. For those of you who are not able to join in the streets protesting today, for whatever reason, this is a way to give back. Thank you for your anonymous donation. Fuck Ice, thank you. Book Girl, thank you. I'm going to need to expand this screen. Hold on, I can't. I got my glasses on, but I can't see shit. Okay, a little bigger. There we go. That'll work. Fuck Ice. Los Angeles. Thank you for being here. Book Girl, $1,000. Is that, did I miss that? They're coming in hot, you guys. Amazing. Thank you. Thank you, Book Girl. Thank you to everyone giving. This is great. Okay. I'm going to stop being completely gobsmacked at people donating and get this show on the road, shall we? So, like I said, we are raising money today for the Immigrant Defense Network. If magically we hit 10 grand, we can go elsewhere. There's so much need. And the reason I picked the Immigrant Defense Network, let me see if this works. Oh, there it is. I'm a tech genius, you guys. I know how to live stream. Yes, you can absolutely say, fuck ICE. This is not a PG program. Okay. Immigrant Defense Network. The reason I chose them, because listen, there was so many options. I reached out to a bunch of different orgs that are doing great work here in Minneapolis. Most of them didn't get back to me, which is fair because I came up with this idea for the live stream at noon yesterday, and they are in the process of, organizing a major, potentially the biggest day of action in Minnesota history. So, I'm small potatoes compared to the cause, So I'm happy to provide the cash. And the reason I picked the Immigrant Defense Network is because if we scroll down on your screens here, who we are. Established in 2025, the Immigrant Defense Network is a network of over 90 immigrant, labor, legal, faith, and community organizations dedicated to protecting and advancing the constitutional rights of immigrant communities across Minnesota. It felt like a way to do as much good as we can. It's a coalition. They will know where to put the money, and the money is going to go to both the emergency help for immigrant families on the ground who need it, as well as education and outreach. Because another thing that they do that is great is they do trainings on constitutional observers. So they teach people how to show up to these rallies and do the most good on the ground. What they do, drive and defend. The role of IDN is to be a community resource hub, immigration policy watchdog, and engine for rapid response to violations of immigrant rights and due process. The rapid response strategy includes maintaining helpline infrastructure, deploying observers, and organizing public demonstrations. The role of IDN in shaping public narratives and conversations about immigrants and mobilizing a diverse network of over 90 organizations towards transforming systems with the goal of improving the quality of life and dignity of immigrants. This seems important, and they seem to be doing good work. And my main goal is directing the attention and the funds to the people who know the work that needs to be done. They felt like the right choice. We are already at $2,500. The goal is $10,000. Thank you. Thank you so much. We are 9 minutes into this broadcast, so that's great news. So that's why I chose the Immigrant Defense Network. And when you donate, if you donate through the Tiltify with the QR code that's on the bottom of the screen, it's going to go and your name's going to pop up and it's going to add to the progress bar on top. If you're donating through YouTube, which I see a lot of you are, thank you so much. That doesn't go through on the bar up top, but it surely will go directly towards the Immigrant Defense Network. So don't worry. You can also just go to immigrantdefensenetwork.org and donate directly there if that's what you want to do. I am not trying to you have to donate through my specific link. Whatever you want to do, donate the way you want to. I just think it's really fun to be able to watch the funds roll in live. I think it brings us all together. It reminds us how strong we are together and how much change we can do together, and when we come together and when we pool our resources. I'm going to just keep sharing the donation link as I can. Pinning it is a great idea. Let's see if I can figure out how to do that, at least on YouTube. Well, it's in the YouTube description. I'll keep popping it in the chat. Another thing I wanted to plug, if it's something that interests people, again, you can donate however you want, please. I have dropped a couple sweatshirts and t-shirts. Protect Immigrants. It's the Protect Immigrants collection. 100% of proceeds will also go to the Immigrant Defense Network. So if you want a t-shirt or a sweatshirt, you can do that too. LegionMillerMerch.com. Hold on. I have a graphic for that. Oop, there it is. LegionMillerMerch.com. protect immigrants. You can get a t-shirt, you can get a sweatshirt. 100% of proceeds also go to them. Just giving you options for however you want to show up in this fight. If you're having issues donating with the link, let me know. Let me know. You can also go to immigrantdefensenetwork.org and donate directly. You can go to legionmillermerch.com and buy. This is something I'm just throwing together. So if the website's not working, let me know. Again, we're dealing with tech. We're dealing with multitasking. We're figuring it out. So I will remind you of the various ways to donate throughout the live stream. Amazing. We have someone's crews getting ready to head out to downtown at 1:30. Let's talk about what's happening today here in Minnesota. So what's been really amazing to watch is that the level of organization happening here in Minnesota is like unlike anything we've seen thus far in this Trump administration 2.0. I dare say. The people are organized. The people are pissed off. And today is a day of action, meaning people are not going to school. They're not going to work. They're not buying anything. Many, many businesses have closed down in solidarity. Some have remained open. For example, I have been a member at Forma Clay Community Room because I do pottery on the side. Fun fact. They are remaining open so that people can come and do clay because it's good for their mental health, you know? So the places where it is a resource for the community, they're remaining open. Many are closed down, though, in solidarity. So that's what's happening. I have seen footage of 35W, which is the main highway to get into and out of downtown, from this morning at peak rush hour. It was no one was there. It was dead. It was quiet, peaceful, one might even say, on 35W this morning during peak rush hour. So I'd say people are following through. So what's happening this afternoon? People are gathering at the Commons, which is a huge park area outside of US Bank Stadium. It's just a big open space. People are gathering there. People have been gathering at the Whipple Federal Building, which is where ICE have set up headquarters. I believe I saw footage from this morning of people at MSP as well, Minneapolis St. Paul Airport. I have seen headlines saying that MSP is expecting that ICE is going to be incredibly active for the next 3 weeks. And Border Patrol, I assume, because it's an airport. In Minneapolis Airport, they are going to be checking people. They're going to be conducting whatever they're going to be conducting in the airport as well. So people are there and pissed. And the Constitution is not for citizens only. Sorry. I fucking hate this talk. The Constitution is not for citizens only. If you are on the soil of the United States, the Constitution applies for you. It is not just for citizens. Shut the fuck up. Holy shit. Okay. Keep the donations coming. Thank you for being here. So what I am doing is I am fundraising for the Immigrant Defense Network. We've talked about this already, but just so that people are coming as you're tuning in, Immigrant Defense Network, we're raising money for them. So what we're trying to do is raise this money. And here's why I am doing this. I have seen there are a lot of creators, there are a lot of live streamers, and I'm sorry if I pause and feel distracted because I'm watching your chats come in as well. And yeah, there's a lot going on. So the reason I'm doing it this way, there are a lot of people coming in to live stream and make content from the protests happening here in Minneapolis. We're not content. The protesters aren't content. And in fact, if you are live streaming people's faces without their consent, that creates an ethical dilemma, I would say. Also, I have seen a lot of reporting saying that live streamers can actually be really great for the police, kind of helping them do their investigative work. Because they're on the ground showing people, showing where they are, talking about where they're heading, showing all the tactics. And then it becomes a video that lives online forever that can be used in court. So when I when I thought about how to do the most good, I decided that doing a live stream here in my home, not on the streets, and trying to direct the resources that I know this community has towards the most good possible. Because I know a lot of you are in my comment section asking, what can I do? How can I help? I'm watching from wherever. People are tuned in from Norway and Canada and elsewhere. How can I help? How can I give? So I decided that for me, the best good, the most good that I could do is this. That's not the same for everyone. And I think I want to caution you from deciding what is the best or most legitimate way to show up in these types of protests or in these moments, because everyone has their strengths, everyone has their skills, everyone has their connections, their network, and we have to be utilizing all of it. This is not a situation where in one day we're going to topple the regime. No one thinks that. No one's saying that. I've seen comments of people being like, what's the point of this? Why even try? The point of this is to show how strong we are collectively. The point of this is to show that we can organize, not only to the regime, but also to ourselves. Because the more we see, holy shit, we've made $4,500 in, I don't know, it's been 15 minutes. I'm planning a 4-hour live stream, so I might need to up the ante a little bit. If we see that, we start to understand how strong we are, because it can be really, really easy to fall into the pit of despair and think that we have no way of fighting back. And that's exactly what they want for us. And so when we have things like this, but also when we have people out in the streets together in solidarity, people showing up, people showing their solidarity from the entire world, people shutting down the city to show that we are fucking pissed, that has power, not only because it shows the regime, because it shows us that we are capable of doing it. And that builds upon itself. There is no one thing in one day that we can all do that's going to stop it. That's just not, that we're not living in a movie. But it is collective action repeatedly sustained for a long period of time. And in order to have the gumption and the wherewithal to sustain the resistance in whatever way that looks like for you or for me, we have to see that we are in this together. We have to lean into the wins we do have, and we have to feel the collective power, because there are so many of us and so few of them. And I think that is my soapbox here. And so however you are able to show up, and I'm going to talk today about how people are showing up here in Minnesota in various ways. It matters. It matters that you show up in whatever way you can, and you cannot do everything all the time everywhere. That is a really common thing to fall into. It's something I have to tell myself because I never feel like I'm doing enough. And I've heard that sentiment from many other people on the ground here in Minnesota. Also, if you're looking at the backs of my hands, it's negative 13 degrees here in Minnesota, and I am ashy. Okay, we're crusty and we're dusty over here. So stay warm if you are out there. Don't forget your hand warmers and your layers. But as many people are already joking, they are attacking a winter people during the winter. They're going to lose. Okay. We know what we're doing. We won't be stopped. Okay. Angie B, thank you for your $100 donation. Thank you to everyone who's been donating. Negative 16 people in Minnesota. The world stands with you. Absolutely. There are so many ways that you can get involved. And I think there are a lot of really inspiring stories coming out of Minnesota. And I want to talk about those today, because as much as there are horrifying videos coming out of Minnesota right now of what ICE is doing, there's so many stories of hope that I am seeing in my community. And I want to share that with you, because we have to hold on to hope in order to get through this. And I'll also be checking in to see on the ground how things are going. But we're going to talk about hope. We're going to talk about tactics. We're going to talk about how we can export what's happening in Minnesota to the other cities where this will inevitably come. It will come, because we are ground zero right now. And yes, Los Angeles has seen this. Yes, Chicago has seen this. We have 3,000 federal agents on the ground in the city and spreading out throughout the state. that is more than they've done anywhere else. I don't know why they chose us. Well, I mean, I do know why they chose us. I don't know why, from their own strategy, like, how stupid do you have to be to go to Minnesota in January to import what, a bunch of fucking Republican Texans? Some of the ICE agents are Minnesota based. I will say some of them are traitors in our own backyard. But some of these assholes are being imported from Texas in the dead of winter to Minnesota. Okay? There's a reason that they have an Alaskan Army division or airborne division on standby to send in, because we're in the fucking tundra and they're on our home turf. So that is why I am doing this, to spread the word, to spread the information, and to collectively raise a fuck ton of money for these organizations. Okay. We talked about the Immigrant Defense Network. That is who we're donating to. You can also get some merch if you want. If you want a t-shirt or a sweatshirt for your donation, 100% of everything, it's all going to the Immigrant Defense Network. Thank you, Taylor C., for your $200 donation. Amazing. All these anonymous donations, thank you. I see you. I appreciate you. All the donations coming in on YouTube as well. Thank you. I see you. I appreciate you. Okay. Moving on. So let's talk about how it's been going in Minnesota. So I have been on Instagram for the last 24 hours. I, full disclosure, deleted my Instagram and TikTok apps off my phone. I still have the accounts, but I have not been looking at them. Let's settle in. Let's get cozy. Let's chat. I'm drinking a latte in my L mug. I've not been on social media because it makes me feel fucking insane and overwhelmed, and to the point of inaction. I find it to be generally counterintuitive. There's so much information out there. However, I wanted to collect testimonies. I wanted to see what's going on the ground, because I have many friends. I've been living in Minneapolis off and on for the last almost 15 years. I have friends on the ground. And so I wanted to check in. I'm seeing if how I can block people on this end. Yeah, we're banning people. Yeah. No bullshit in this live stream. Okay, link to donate. I'll keep posting it. It's also in the description. You can also scan the QR code if you're watching on your TV, but don't tell me if you're watching on your TV, because my head is so big on those TV. It makes me want to barf to think about people watching me at such high resolution. Okay. Focus in. Let's talk about what's been going on. First of all, we're at $5,600. Should I up the goal? And can I up the goal? I might not be able to. Let's see what we can do. Oh, we're at $6,600. That's insane. Okay. I'm going to see if I can up the goal here a little bit. Up it. Okay. It might be, can I might not be able to, but if I can't, I will start another one for another organization. Like, there's so much need. Yeah, I think I maybe, nope. Maybe. Let's see if I hit save, what happens. Oh, 50,000. All right. I upped the ante. And listen, if we don't hit it on this little bar thing, a lot of you are donating here on YouTube. A lot of you are buying t-shirts. I see you guys coming through, and I appreciate it. So we're 25 minutes in. We're about to blow the original goal out of the water. So I'm up in the ante. Let's see what we can do. The original goal was 10,000. I upped it to 50. Sorry, not sorry. Thank you for being here. There's a lot of power in numbers, and let's get this money to the people who need it. So I'm going to talk about my personal account of existing in Minneapolis over the last few weeks. Oh, thank you, Katie. $100 donation. Fancy soda, $100 donation. All your anonymous donations. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm not trying to center my narrative here. I realize I'm a white person showing up. So obviously we will be talking I'm going to be talking about some oral history that's been collected from all over the city. My experience, it's been rough. It's been rough. Thank you in Minneapolis. Thank you for joining. So okay. Minneapolis went through something that felt very similar in 2020 with the murder of George Floyd and the ensuing protests. And it felt different, but it felt similar. And I think in many ways that experience strengthened us. And we are using that experience now. It feels similar in the way that during summer 2020, we were also on lockdown. And it feels similarly scary to leave the house these days. And that is coming from me, a white lady. I am not their target. Even though I am an outspoken person on the internet, yes, I am not their target. I'm small potatoes, okay, compared to a lot of creators. And I think I'm harder to pick on because I cite my sources. I don't know. For whatever reason, knock on wood, I haven't been a target yet. And even I am freaked the fuck out to leave my house, okay? For example, yesterday, I'm trying to just go to the gym. You know, I'm working on my mental health. When I don't go to the gym, I can't sleep. I haven't been sleeping because I haven't been going to the gym because it's scary to leave the house. I am 3 blocks from my house trying to get to the gym, and I am in the middle of an ICE raid. People are honking. There's probably 50 protesters on the ground, running, blowing whistles. Someone's got a megaphone. They're screaming. I see 3 unmarked cars going the opposite way with like the cop lights in the window. And I honk along and I flick them off along with everyone else. And then I guess I just go about my fucking day. I guess I'm going to just go to the gym and then just like do my job and show up and do work. So that is just kind of the microcosm. And I like was driving around with my windows down in negative 10-degree weather because I was like, every bump in the road, I thought I was hearing whistles. I thought I was hearing honks. So that's just kind of what it feels like to drive around as a white person here. Okay. People who are actual targets of ICE, obviously protesters are being targeted. Obviously Renee Good was shot in the face, you know, so like white ladies are being targeted too, but the people who are the actual targets, the people who are being targeted because they look like an immigrant, they're not leaving their houses. And what do you know? When immigrants stop leaving their houses, the entire fucking city stops working. Because it turns out immigrants help make America great. Have you ever thought about that? Immigrants make this country fucking function. And so when you scare them into not leaving their houses, everything shuts down. And I'm not blaming them for that. I'm speaking highly of what they give to this community. I have work that needs to get done in my house. I was talking to my contractor. She said that she's not sure she's going to have a business in a year from now. She doesn't have anyone to do the work. There is no one to do the work on my house. She is busy running food to their houses, doing like driving people around who need like kidney dialysis and shit. Like we are in survival mode. The people who are here hunkered down, who are being actively targeted. I have heard from my friends who are mothers and seen them talk on Instagram and post about this. They are on the corners outside their schools, outside their daycare facilities, trying to help the caregivers in those facilities get from their car to the door without getting abducted, so that they can give care to these children. And yes, there has been a lot in the news about like fraudulent daycare centers here. A lot of that is fake news. A lot of that is content created for hype and for likes. Here's the donation link again. For the most part, all of those those places that have been targeted, they are functioning daycare centers. It was right of them to not let Nick Shirley and some cameraman inside their daycare center where there were children, like that is not proof that there's fraud. It's proof that they're protecting those kids from creeps with cameras on the outside, standing outside trying to get in. So we have parents who are holding down full-time jobs or trying to, raising children, and then trying to make sure that the childcare that those children are getting is safe and that the people giving that care are safe. A lot of the childcare centers are closing down because they don't have people to show up to give the care. So it's the prongs are multi-level. The unrest is everywhere. It infiltrates every aspect of your life, everywhere you go. Every building I'm going into has signs on the outside that say, this is private property. If you need to get in here to arrest someone, you need to show us a warrant. Otherwise, get out. It's everywhere. Every organization that I am a member of is sending out emails saying we are trying to organize rides so that people can get to yoga safely so that they have that space for themselves. We're trying to organize food donations and it's negative 20 degrees outside, so any sort of supplies that are needed to keep people alive, it's everywhere. And on top of that, then we have people who are holding down full-time jobs in childcare and also doing rapid response work. And what that looks like on the ground in Minnesota, I think is very inspiring. And I think that a lot of places should be taking note for when ICE comes to a city near you, because it's a when, it's not an if. It's not an if, it is a when. We are at $8,000, 33 minutes into the live stream. Thank you so much. Thank you to Michaela for your donation. Thank you for those of you donating on YouTube. I see you. This is amazing. Again, if you're interested in getting a t-shirt or a sweatshirt that says protect immigrants, LegionMillerMerch.com, 100% of profits will go also towards the Immigrant Defense Network. Thank you for all of your donations. Trump is in the Epstein files. Hell yeah. A lot of this is a distraction from that, I'm sure, but will we ever see them? Who's to say? Okay. On top of that, you have just the reality of existing in the American system and how fucked up it is, on top of the layers of fucked up that when you are living in an occupied city. For example, and my family had a bit of a health scare on Monday. Everyone's fine. But it involved me in a panic driving to the ER, trying to remember which ER takes my health insurance. I still to this day don't know if we went to the right one. We'll see if we get a bill, and then getting completely turned around because there was road closures. There's fuck ICE signs everywhere. There's a cop car at the end of my street blocking the street. I don't know why. You see lights in the distance. You don't know, is it a tow truck? Is it a cop? Is it ICE? No idea. I'm driving around. I'm trying to get, there's so many layers to just existing in the state of the world right now. So that's how it feels to be on the ground here in Minnesota. I wanted to share testimonial from other people as well. Let me see if I can get this pulled up to the right. Yeah. Okay. So I wanted to share this from The Racket, which is a local newspaper here in Minnesota. They do great work. If you are not subscribed, highly suggest. I am a paying subscriber, not to brag. They have put together Voices of the Occupation, they called it. They sent it out in an email recently. I wanted to read it to you. We're raising money. We're all hanging out together. Thank you for being here. We're at almost $9,000. Reminder that I started this off with a goal of $10,000. So I upped the ante because we can. I'm sorry that I underestimated you. I was not familiar with your game. Thank you for being here. And I wanted to read some of these out loud and share with you the voices that are from the occupation. I am just going to check the chat here because I want to make sure that people aren't being fucking trolls in my chat. In my fucking chat. I won't allow it. Let's see. Reading. Hi, hello. Thank you for being here. Let's see. ICE was in West Fargo on the 15th. Veterans Memorial Bridge was alight in protest. I love to hear. Listen, hold on. Listen to me. I love to hear when places in the rural Midwest are showing out and showing up. You love to see it. So okay. Sorry, I'm just reading. Okay. So here's what's happening on the ground, and I wanted to lay out how the resistance has been formed here in Minnesota. So it's hyper local and incredibly decentralized in the best way. And Trump and all of his goons and all those ghouls are going to say these are trained, paid agitators. No one's being fucking paid. There's a reason I'm trying to raise $50,000 for these nonprofits because we need the money. We don't have billionaires secretly funneling cash into the fucking resistance. Okay. If you forgot, the billionaires are on your fucking side. So the way that it's working, as far as I can tell, and I think there is so much good happening. There's so much resistance work happening. I already talked about the parents that are helping to guard their child care facilities so that the care workers can actually walk in without getting abducted. I've already talked about the people who are donating money and time. There are huge food drives happening. There are local businesses that are organizing. It's astounding the amount because everyone wants to help. But when it comes to, and so there are so many organizations that are doing all sorts of work. So if you are trying to get involved in any way, like there's something for everyone. However, the way that it's working when it comes to rapid response is what I want to talk about. So there's a website, and I'm not going to give away all of the information because I'm not trying to be a fucking narc. Okay. There's a website that you can go to here in Minnesota. Where you select your neighborhood and you give them your name and your email. It's all encrypted end to end. Everything is encrypted. Then a volunteer reviews your application and then emails you very quickly, quick turnaround, the link to your city area's encrypted document. You then go to that document and then you find your hyper-local neighborhood. You click on that, another encrypted document. Eventually, you will get a link to a signal chat. There are signal chats for your neighborhood. There are signal chats for your street. We're talking hyper local, fragmented. I don't know who put this together. I couldn't tell you. Even if I told you the website, I don't know who put it together. I have no clue. And the only way I found out about the website is through word of mouth. Through these signal chats, I heard it through word of mouth. I was at a community space. Someone told me about it. I saw it on Reddit. People are talking about it here and there. I saw a sign that had the website on it. It's through word of mouth. Before you can even access the signal chat, you have to read through this long document. It has extremely clear, explicit rules of engagement. You cannot be a voyeur in the signal chat. The only reason you should be signing up for the signal chat is if you are ready to drop everything and show up where it is needed. There are clear instructions on how to report ICE activity. You don't just say something seems off or I spotted a sketchy van. it's an acronym. I can't remember the acronym off the top of my head. They have an acronym for the information you must share when you spot ice. How many people? What are the cross streets? When did this happen? What are they wearing? Do they have the license plates? What's that information? What time did you see this? Like, there are explicit rules. If someone is not following the rules, if someone is there just like asking random questions or doing self-promotion or being a voyeur, there are explicit ways for people to call them out and remind them to hold on. We gotta block some people. Some people don't know how to act. You know what I mean? Someone raised you. And so there are really clear rules of engagement, and then you get into the signal chat, and then they are hyper local. So if you are not interested in dropping everything, grabbing your whistle, and running to the intersection where you're on your street where it says that ice is, you don't sign up for it. But if you are, then you access this signal chat and you are ready at a moment's notice to drop everything. So not only are people holding down full-time jobs while giving back in many different ways, they are also rapidly responding. I'm talking within 2 minutes. There are people on the corner blowing whistles. There are people who are patrolling, who are just standing on the corners, just waiting and watching. And then they are in the signal and they are telling people this is where they are. So that's what's happening on the ground, and it is incredibly effective. Like I said, I got caught in the midst of an ice raid yesterday. I don't even think that the ice vehicles, the SUVs, had gotten to wherever they were trying to fucking go, and there were 50 protesters on foot, megaphone, whistles, following them, running after them in the ice, slipping, running anyway, because you're on our fucking turf, okay? We can run on the ice and snow. You can't. We can. So the response is incredibly quick, and the people are being trained. That is another thing, that if you donate for the Immigrant Defense Network, that's who we're raising money for. We're almost at our $10,000 goal, our original $10,000 goal. We're almost there. That's why I upped the ante. That's another reason why I wanted to donate to the Immigrant Defense Network, because they also hold trainings. They hold constitutional observer trainings, and a lot of these trainings, that not only through the Immigrant Defense Network, but there's a lot of other orgs that are doing great work. Those trainings are booked solid. They're full. People are showing the fuck out. And so I think that's another reason that they underestimated Minnesotans. And I feel like even though being on Instagram right now is fucking hell, it really, like, I haven't felt proud to be an American. I don't know if I've ever felt proud to be an American, but certainly not recently, I'll tell you that. But the pride I feel at being a Minnesotan watching this shit unfold is I can't even put into words. I was born and raised here, so like, this is my culture. Anonymous, thank you for $1,000. Thank you so much. That's amazing. There we go. You put us over the edge. We've already hit our original $10,000 goal. We're only 45 minutes in. Let's get to 50,000. I want to blow their fucking tits off with this donation. All right. So, what was I saying? Oh, they underestimated us. And I'm proud to be a fucking Minnesotan right now, because I've heard from a lot of people who moved to Minnesota, especially Minneapolis, as an adult. Making friends here is hard. We are very friendly to your face, and then we'll probably talk shit about you behind your back. But we're really fucking friendly to your face. And we may be judgmental, but we're really fucking nice too. And being raised in a Minnesotan family is interesting. Like, my family is like farmers, central Minnesotan farmers. Some of my uncles are like the kind of people that when you talk to them, you're like, wow, you don't speak in full sentences very often, do you? Like, it seems like they're really used to being like stoic, quiet, just on the farm. And so, like, we didn't say I love you when I was growing up. We weren't really huggers, we weren't talking about our feelings. Okay. That's That's very Minnesotan. Like, we're talking like German Catholic. My grandfather spoke German growing up. Like, he was born into a German family. Book girl, $1,000. Thank you. Amazing. So like my family immigrated here in the 1860s, but my grandfather in the 1920s and 30s was still only speaking German until he had to go to school, and they, beat that out of him. Because it turns out we're all from fucking immigrants. If you go back far enough, most of us. And so we had some insular community. There is a culture. And it is like this. We don't say I love you. We don't talk about our feelings, but we're really good at the niceties. We're really good at being very pleasant, which when I lived on the East Coast, I really fucking missed. All love to you guys, but you're fucking rude, okay? And I like being coddled when I walk into a cafe. I want you to ask me how my day's going. I want you to smile and be friendly and nice to me. It's just kind of nice to exist in the world like that. And even though growing up, it's like, wow, my family never says I love you. I know my family will be there for me if I am ever in crisis, if I ever need money, if I ever need a home. I have never once worried whether or not my family would show up for me. They're not going to tell me how they feel about it, and they're not going to tell me they love me, but they will be there. Whether my roof needs to be reshingled or I need some cash because I'm in a bad way, like, I have watched my family show up that way. And I have been seeing that same like quiet generosity and like, we got you, we'll catch you. That feeling, I have seen it across the city and across this state. Whether it's, I saw a story of a woman who's an immigrant who said she got up early to shovel her walkway and her front walk, and she went outside and it was already shoveled. It's that kind of shit. No one's asking for recognition, and they really don't want you to like gush at them about how thankful you are either. They're like, don't tell me about your feelings, but they will show up for you. They will show up for you. And it makes me so proud to be from here. So, all right, who am I blocking now? Let's see. Just making sure we're keeping things together here. I'm sorry I don't have mods. It's I don't do this very often. We are at 12,000. What is that? 650? I can't see. 12,650, you guys. Amazing. Also, just the way that people are showing up and showing out in negative 13 degrees right now. And today is like, it's another thing where today's weather is like quintessential Minnesota. We got negative 13. The sun is shining, you guys. It is glorious outside. And you will get frostbite in under 10 minutes if you're not prepared. Okay. And the joke's on fucking ice, because we grew up like this. This weather, I'm not scared of it. This weather reminds me of my childhood. This weather makes me nostalgic. Okay. This weather almost, you could say, makes me feel warm and fuzzy. Okay. They got nothing. I grew up in the ice. I grew up surrounded by ice. I know how to handle this shit. This is shorts weather. Amen. What cold? Okay. I'm just looking at all your chats. Thank you for being here. 2,100 people are watching. We're 50 minutes in and we've already raised over $12,000, almost $13,000 for the Immigrants Defense Network. I'm going to shove the donate link in the chat once again. Please run for president. No, thank you. No, thank you. I don't want that job. I'm too honest to be a politician. I can't lie like that. Excuse me. All right. I wanted to share with you guys some notes from the occupied city. Let's see. We have someone saying 1,500 clergy members are joining the protest in 1 hour. Love that. If you guys have other updates, if you're on the ground in Minneapolis or elsewhere in Minnesota, please share them. I will share them with the chat. I thought about wanting to like share more information like as it's coming in about the protest, but I want to make sure that people are safe. I am not trying to expose identities of people and their locations in real time. And so I decided that I'm going to keep it on the DL. If people want to share stuff, they can share it. I'm sure like all of my friends who have posted reels on Instagram recently in Minnesota about what they're experiencing have gone viral. So like the information's out there. But I'm also not trying to, be a narc. So I am going to probably try and check in at some point. I know that there is some live streaming happening on the ground. Again, I feel iffy about the live streaming on the ground because I don't know if people are realizing that they are being filmed. I don't know if they've consented to it. I don't know if, I don't know. I don't know the ethics about it, but I do want to know what's happening on the ground, at least from a high level. So, yeah. Okay. Let's talk about let's read some words on the ground. Thank you again. Keep the donations coming. We just hit $13,000. Thank you. That's not even counting your donations coming in on YouTube, which I see and I thank you. And if you are purchasing any sort of merch, again, legionmillermerch.com. We've got Protect Immigrants. We got Protect Immigrants. You get t-shirts, those sweatshirts and those t-shirts. Actually, I meant to show you guys. I put this together too recently to have that t-shirt. I can't hold it up for you in my hands. The sweatshirt, super comfy. It's like oversized. It's super well worn in already. So just like, it's my favorite cut of any sweatshirt I've ever had before. I wouldn't make anything that wasn't something I would actually wear. So you can go to Legion Miller merch. I wanted to show you what the t-shirt looks like. Let's see. I'm just reading your comments. Sorry. Okay, hold on. I'm going to grab the t-shirt. Give me 1 second. Where did I put it? Here we go. Okay. I want this one. So you guys might be familiar with my Reagan Ruined Everything merch, which you can also buy at the legionmillermerch.com. That's not what this is about. But hold on. I just want to show you the quality. It's oversized and it's like, it's like, it's heavyweight and it feels almost like streetwear. Like it's meant to be kind of big. It's meant to be baggy and it's thick. This isn't like that. I don't like the thin jersey fabric that like clings to you. I hate that shit. So I'm not going to sell you guys shitty fucking t-shirts. These are thick, well-made garments. Okay. That you can buy at legionmillermerch.com. You can get the Protect Immigrants. I don't have the Protect Immigrants one because I just threw this together, but I wanted to show you the quality, the thick, can you hear that? The thick quality of the t-shirts. So get one if you want. The sweatshirts are also my favorite sweatshirts. Truly. I love to wear them. They're oversized, they're faded, they feel worn in, they're comfy cozy. I did not know. Okay. The Reagan Ruined Everything one, I did not draw this. This is a local artist named Alexis Paulitz. Their website is linked if you go to legionmillermerch.com and you pull up one of these Reagan Ruined Everything t-shirts. Alexis Politz did that, and there's a link on the website. I did do the typography design though for the Protect Immigrants. Very impressive, I know. It's a minimalist design, okay, you guys? That's as far as I can get, okay? All right. I know I keep teasing this. Let's talk about let's read some words from what people are experiencing on the ground. This is some time for you to get your donations in. Once again, we are raising money for the Immigrant Defense Network. Thank you. Keep them coming. $13,500. Who do I got to block? Mark Smithson. You're freaking out of there. Get out of here. People don't know how to act. Islam in Minnesota is unacceptable. What the fuck is wrong with you? Okay. Bye. Goodbye. Okay. What is the website I mentioned? There's legionmillermerch.com, or you can donate. I just sent the donation link. Okay. Let's read some of these words from the front line, from people's real lived experiences here in Minnesota. This was all put together by The Racket, which is a local Minneapolis-based magazine, newspaper. I don't know why I couldn't think of that word. And so this is an oral history of what is happening on the streets here in Minnesota. The first time I saw ICE was the day before they killed Renee Good. I woke up and immediately saw an agent wearing a gas mask outside my window. I ran outside where neighbors were already gathered. The agent in the gas mask saw me and told me to go home. I said I was home. He told me to go somewhere else. I told him not to tell me where to go. He told me to shut the fuck up. In the street, a few feet away, there was a car with the front windows shattered. The car was empty. The agents were armed, most of them with their hands on their weapons. One agent, the only one not covering his face, declared to the crowd that it was his birthday. A woman told him he should be ashamed of himself. After a few minutes, the agents got in their cars and drove away. One agent pointed his gun out the window at the neighbors on the sidewalk. The damaged car was left in the middle of the street, blocking traffic. A few people took it upon themselves to call a tow truck. Since then, I have seen ICE several times. Each time they reveal the same characteristic contempt for the city and the people who live here. They don't disguise how little they care about us. I see them smile regularly, smug smiles of mockery and delight in the harm they inflict. I have seen ICE smash cars, break windows. After they do this, they drive away from the wreckage they've created and leave innocent people with destroyed property. If someone is abducted, civilians try to find identification in the car left behind and move it to a safe location. There is no case number, no incident report. I have seen ICE pepper spray peaceful civilians at close range, sometimes directly into their eyes. I have seen them toss tear gas at crowds. I have been gassed 3 times. They throw flash grenades for seemingly no reason whatsoever. This behavior almost always takes place as they are leaving a scene, a kind of farewell fuck you to the residents of the city they are terrorizing. They seem to enjoy hurting people. What I have also seen is people of Minnesota helping each other, forming all manner of resistance and care. There is care in the moment, improvised on our feet. There is organized care, burrowing through the fear and danger, delivering aid to whoever we can. This is what defines us. Every day, more people are out there doing what we can. We do it while armed thugs brandish their weapons on our streets, abduct and abuse innocent people, mock us, gas us, and create an atmosphere of terror. We do it while the government incessantly publishes brazen lies about what is taking place here. We do it because it is who we are. We will always do it. That's why we will win. That's from Anonymous. Sorry, I'm going to cry. Sorry, feeling pride for my city. Sorry. We're at $14,500. Who do I got to block? Who do I got to block? Donate links in the description in YouTube. Here it is again. I do need more mods. I have no mods. That's how it works. That's how it works because I don't really do this very often. All right. Look at all these donations. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Thank you for being here. Okay, next one. Hearing the whistles. I ran outside in late December because the whistles were so close. I was getting my kid ready for school. I put on my boots and grabbed a whistle a neighbor gave me. Ice was taking my neighbor, and we whistled and whistled from a reasonable distance. On January 7, I had just gotten home from dropping my kid off at school and was sitting down to take off my boots when I heard the whistles. So I went back outside and hurried as fast as I could to where others were gathered. I didn't know until I got there that a woman had been shot. There were so many officers, no cops. I found a neighbor and stood with them, ran into other neighbors who were also there, upset. There were moments we thought ICE officers were going to get violent. They had big guns and we had whistles. On the 12th, I was driving back from the gym and saw a lot of people whistling on Park Avenue. A car ahead of mine veered and bounced into the right lane, crashing into another car. I slowed and stopped, figuring I would need to provide a witness statement, but it was ICE again. They'd rammed the car in front of mine. Neighbors were already there and flooded the streets as quickly as ICE did. ICE gassed the neighbors, and when they arrived, the reporters too. I think these are important stories to share because the media will glob onto the horrific stories, like the 5-year-old yesterday that was used by ICE as bait to lure his parents out, who has since been abducted and sent to Texas. And that's important to tell too. But I think that there are stories happening every single day across the state and especially in this city that need to be told as well, and that don't make splashy headlines, but that are really moving and that show us our own power and that show us the power of community. Next. They can't kill us all. I spent the first few days after the execution of Renee Good despairing. Not proud of it, but I was confused, scared, sad, and angry. Most of all, angry. Mad that someone had been murdered on the street. Mad that they were getting away with it. Mad no one we elected to lead was offering any leadership other than remain calm. But then I got plugged in with my neighborhood patrol and saw and heard my neighbors doing what our electeds won't, putting themselves between a gun and a victim, chasing these bootlickers out of our town, getting photographed by faceless agents of the state who later show up in front of their homes. And that gave me hope and gives me hope. I patrol every day, and this stuff happens to me now, and I'm still angry, but I'm not scared or confused or anything else. This is our home, and they can't kill us all. It's from Taco Mike. Taco Mike. Donation link is in the description box. Here it is again. This live will stay up, so if you need to rewatch, I'll also be recapping some of this in tomorrow's video. I was supposed to do like a pre-recorded video today, but decided not to in solidarity. Big ups to Taco Mike. All right. A few more. ICE won't stop us. I watched the students from the street skip eagerly to class. My job is to make sure they make it in safe and that their parents leave unbothered. It's -2 degrees, but ICE won't stop me from watching out for our future. St. Paul mom and school patroller. A weary mother's rage. I am a mother. I have spent the last 2 weeks standing in the cold, protecting other people's children, along with those whose job it is to care for them, nurture them, and teach them. In the biting wind, in the wet, melting snow, and in the freezing temperatures, it's been hours and hours of standing guard, smiling with a watchful eye, a whistle, and a neon vest. I think to myself every time, we shouldn't have to do this. The kids are paying attention. They ask questions. At home, I then have to explain to my own child the latest horrors of what has happened in our streets. A mother murdered, a child abducted, stores vandalized, leaders nowhere to be seen, doing nothing to stop it. What I can't do is make any sense out of it or offer any reason. This is madness. My weariness will fade, but my rage won't. Mom in St. Paul. Another mom. Wine moms, if you will. Dangerous, dangerous women. Just a normal mom. Earlier tonight, a friend elbowed me to reach out to Racket as just a normal mom whose life is totally ice all the time. And I am just a mom. I spend most of my free time reading books and making cookies. I have a 4-year-old and a dog. I'm an introvert. After that elbow earlier, I started jotting down notes in my notes app between doing mom things, make dinner, clean kitchen, bedtime routine with kid. And I'm just sending the notes app content to you, just a South Minneapolis mom. In October, a neighbor gathered about 15 of us in her home to get us thinking about how we can fortify our neighborhood to stand up to our authoritarian government. We brainstormed, we dreamed, we started a signal. We proceeded to meet bi-weekly in neighbors' living rooms. We handed out whistles on Halloween alongside our standard candy and hot dogs. Yeah, we give out hot dogs on Halloween. We bring cookies to neighbors we don't know on our block to try to strengthen community. It's fun. It's quaint. On the first Tuesday in December, a neighbor shared a signal that ice was on our block. For the first time, I grabbed my whistle and went running down the block. The whistles worked. Ice left and filmed me, a first, but certainly not a last. I hadn't yet known anyone who'd scared ice away with a whistle. I tell all my friends that whistles work. 20 minutes after I had been alerted ice was outside, I log into a Zoom work meeting. That week was the first week of this unrelenting siege. It was standing room only at our regularly scheduled neighborhood meeting that week. My husband was followed by ice the next weekend, twice, once to the hardware store, once to a nature center. And he's just a dad. We hadn't heard of that happening before. We were baffled. On the first Monday in January, a neighbor let me know she was vouching for a couple of parents who wanted to join our neighborhood signal chat, Renee Good and her wife, Becca. On the first Wednesday in January, Renee was killed on my street by government agents while I was in a work Zoom meeting. I take an emergency day off. I yell at Greg Bovino. I hug our local librarian. I get pepper sprayed for the first time. Media reaches out to me because I admin several neighborhood spaces. National media. How did they even get my number? It's impressive. Local media. My husband gets featured on national coverage. The very first thing I do every morning is share a morning message with my neighborhood signal chat. The very first thing my husband does every morning is share a morning message with our neighborhood's rapid response signal. My husband and I joke that we have more interaction via our neighborhood signal coordinating than we do face to face. I don't leave my house without a whistle. One time I did, and I ended up confronting ice on my own, the same morning Renee was killed, actually. 2 hours beforehand at the intersection of 38th and 4th, and I thought they were going to apprehend me. I'll never leave my house without a whistle again. I am hemorrhaging money, giving it to neighbors because they're afraid to leave their homes, because they've been detained, because their place of employment is closed for safety reasons. I am making plans to work remotely from local taquerias so I can be an extra white body to serve as a protection and to be a witness. I drive a kindergartner I've never met before to school. Every morning, as I bring my own children to daycare, I make solidarity fists at people who are patrolling local daycares and schools. I don't honk in solidarity because honking is now an alarm. My kid makes cards for local businesses thanking them for not liking the bad guys. Her idea. She's 4, and she gets it. I sign off my work emails, stay safe. I end my text to neighbors with heart emojis. I greet strangers with fuck ice. Just a South Minneapolis mom. For those of you just joining, hi, welcome. I'm reading the oral history that's been put together by Racket, which is a local newspaper. We are at, is that 15,000? I'm so sorry. The text is so small. I still can't tell. We're at $15,000, I think. And so I'm reading these out loud because these are stories that are not making it to the nightly news that you're seeing. These are stories that are important to tell. These are stories that are important to share and that aren't splashy, and that your, random YouTuber who decided to come to Minneapolis to make content are not here to see a lot of this. And so I want to share this. Let's see. Sorry, I'm just seeing who I need to block here. Just making sure we're keeping this a safe space. Maybe get some bots. Get some bots out of here. Dead internet theory is real, you guys. It's a mess out here. Love your YouTube channel. Had no idea you streamed. That's because the joke's on you. I don't. And that's why this is, a lot of multitasking for me that I'm getting used to. I have in the past. There was a period of time where I streamed while I played The Sims, if you can believe it. I am a computer game nerd. Fun little fact about me. Thank you so much. Don't apologize for what you can give. It's so appreciated. And we're doing it, you guys. We're doing it. 15,000. Thank you, Justin. Thank you to the anonymous people donating. I see you. David Santiago, Rollin. Those of you donating over on YouTube, I see you as well. Someone asked, how do you not lose your mind through this? I'm telling you, not being on social media really helps. It really helps. I know my job is literally social media, but like, I'm not on the Instagrams. I'm not on the TikToks. And I love TikTok, but I'm not on it right now because it makes me feel insane because I feel like I'm being pulled in a million different directions. And it's very hard to have your own reaction to the news as it's happening while also reading and experiencing and watching the reactions of millions of other people in real time. That's a recipe for disaster. So I read the news every day and I'm deeply embedded in that and I'm deeply dedicated to that. And I have my own reactions to it. But I can't be watching the world react, you know? Yes, super chats also go to the cause. Anything donated on YouTube goes to the cause. If you're just joining us, hi, welcome. I also have some merch for sale, legionmillermerch.com. Protect immigrants. You can buy the sweatshirt. You can buy the t-shirt, whatever suits your fancy. Donation link is going back in the chat again. Thank you for being here. I am reading out the testimony from people on the ground in Minnesota. This was collected by Racket. It was in a Racket, like a newsletter that they sent out via email. So I don't even know if there is a link to this, if I'm being honest, which is why I keep shouting out Racket because I want to give them credit. Let's keep reading, shall we? Continue the donations. Thank you, Eric. $100. Thank you. Was that Shaft? Thank you. Anonymous, $5. Anything helps. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. I see you donating on YouTube. Thank you, the Mighty Pong, for your donation. Thank you. I am in Minneapolis, if anyone's asking. I am in Minneapolis. This is where I live. I've lived here for most of the last 15 years. Yes, I do have my hair down. I did my hair for y'all. That's how dedicated I am to the cause. Okay, let's keep reading. We're organizing. The basketball moms are organizing. The dorky pastors are organizing. The preschool parents are organizing. The dive bar regulars are organizing. The book clubs are organizing. The taekwondo dojangs are organizing. The uncles group chat is organizing. They want it to be something sinister, but it's mostly because Minnesota is one of the most civic-minded states in the U.S., and we care about all our friends' kids. We are going to win. From Scoops. Patrol prep. Here's what I tell my various partners before we go patrolling. I am not carrying any weapons per training. However, I am wearing ballistic armor. Should the need arise, you should shelter behind me. Additionally, the bag at my feet contains 2 full-face respirators. I haven't been on that many patrols yet. I've only seen ICE in their cars as we pursue and track them. They haven't yet threatened me personally with their guns and their first and final warnings. Most of my exposure has been through community videos, and I still hear phantom sirens when it gets quiet. From Lauderdale, Minnesota. Lauderdale is a neighborhood in Minneapolis. Dudes rock. A dad on patrol this morning is showing off his new egregiously expensive ice fishing boots that he justified because I'm standing out here all the time. Dudes are going to continue rocking until morale improves. They don't deserve this. We have been helping with rides for at-risk neighbors, and one of the families we have been working with asked my spouse and I if we would be power of attorney for their children. While my spouse's Spanish is decent, we had to meet up with the family at a Spanish-speaking neighbor's house who was also taking a risk by having us there to fully understand what they wanted. Ultimately, they were asking us, people they've known for a little over a month, to sign DOPAs, or Designation of Parental Authority forms, so we would care for their children if they, the parents, were taken. The agreement is that we, childless millennials by choice, would care for their children until we could safely reunite them with their parents out of the country. Without hesitation, we agreed. In the dark of night, a notary hustled over, observed the paperwork being signed, and issued their stamp. These people who carried 2 babies across multiple countries and through the freaking Darien Gap were trying to build a better life here. They've raised 2 kids who are kind, loving, and affectionate. They don't deserve this. But at this point, does America deserve them? Childless millennials in South Minneapolis. Es eléctrico. We're seeing the creation of American refugees. The mom of a family we're helping asked for a ride to the bank. We assumed we'd be helping with a paycheck deposit. When we pulled up, 2 women hopped in the car, clutching their purses. We set off toward a branch of the bank in the whitest neighborhood we could think of, assuming it would have the least likelihood for ICE activity. My spouse went into the bank with them just to help with interpretation, and after 20 minutes, I started to panic. The text I got back from my spouse simply said, "It's complicated." Long story short, they were wiring their extended family's combined life savings in cash, a not insignificant sum, out of the country, and are planning to flee in the coming weeks. Once the deposit was made, the women were euphoric with relief and even invited us to visit them in their home country. When we pulled up to their home, they offered to pay for gas, to which my spouse replied, "Es eléctrico." Everyone burst out laughing. A South Minneapolis couple. I believe this is a picture, probably this looks like Powderhorn Park, which is near where Renee Good was murdered. And there was a large rally in Powderhorn Park a couple weekends ago. Carrying my passport. In December 2025, I told my dad I was carrying a passport indefinitely, and he laughed. He laughed nicely, but he did laugh. For him, it seemed absurd. He's been a naturalized U.S. citizen since before I was born, for well over 40 years now. As Oromo refugees from Ethiopia, he and my mother have experienced hardships I can't imagine. Their journey to the United States has always been something I've taken pride in. Not everyone can brag about their parents being jailed for standing up against their authoritarian government. Not everyone can say their parents met and married while escaping enemy soldiers in a refugee camp in Djibouti. The running joke among my friend group is that my parents are bigger badasses than I could ever hope to be, and I always laugh with them because it's true. So yeah, my dad laughed at the idea of his US-born daughter with her American accent who never even wears hijab ever needing to prove she was a citizen. And then he thought about it. "You'll be fine," he said, confident at first, then hesitated. "Well, maybe, but you don't have an accent. You don't wear hijab. You should be fine. You're not what they're looking for." He said it to reassure me because he knows I get anxious and he's a good and loving father who wants to make sure his daughter feels safe. But even he conceded in the end that me carrying my passport probably wasn't a bad thing. That conversation was in December. And now here we are in the middle of January, and Nasra Ahmed, another Black East African woman who, like me, was born in Hennepin County and, like me, has been a United States citizen since she took her first breath, was taken by ICE and beaten and detained for days. Days. How absurd is it that I have to be thankful she was released at all, that she is not on the horrifying, heartbreaking, growing list of people who have lost their lives to ICE. I've tried to stay busy since Renee Good's killing. I've donated to local causes, marched through the streets with other Minneapolis residents in protest, dropped off food and toiletries for food drives, joined signal chats, and met with my neighbors. I now carry a whistle around my neck everywhere I go. And yes, my passport is carefully moved from tote purse to crossbody bag to work bag and back again, so that whenever I leave my apartment, I will always have it with me. But also, there are days where I just don't want to leave my apartment, where I want to be quiet and safe in my home, where I don't run the risk of running into an ICE agent on the street or watching an ICE convoy drive down Hennepin Avenue as though this city is theirs and not mine, not ours. Days where I don't want to read the news or think about what's happening. Days where I don't want to be strong to fight. And yes, sometimes that fills me with shame, with guilt, but mostly it makes me furious. I have every right to be here. Our neighbors have every right to be here. Renee Good had every right to be where she was that Wednesday. The only ones who don't belong here are the ICE agents marching around in their ridiculous camo gear, doing their best to make themselves feel big and powerful, thinking that the more they shout, the more we will cringe before them. I am furious that I have to waste a moment of my day thinking of these fools. I am furious that Renee Good isn't alive today, at home with her wife and child. I am furious that when I think of the families separated by ICE, Stephen Miller and Donald Trump. I am furious that our state, which has already seen so much tragedy in just the past year, that is still trying to repair from the murder of George Floyd and the unwilling spotlight we were thrust into, is yet again a part of history through no choice of our own. And I'm furious that after that December conversation, I was the one proven right, not my dad. Hangatu in Minneapolis. If you're just joining, welcome. I am reading the testimonials that Racket, the local publication, have combined, the oral histories of things happening here on the ground in Minnesota that aren't making the national news, but that should be. Thank you to the anonymous donors. Thank you to everyone who's given. We're at $17,000 in under an hour and a half. That's amazing. I'm just reading your chats now. I'm going live, or I am live on YouTube, on Twitch, and on Facebook, and I see all of your chats no matter where you're posting. This is I'm not sure that there is an article to give to you guys on Racket. This was a email newsletter that I got from Racket. Let's see. I'm just Googling it to make sure to see if there's a link that I can send you guys. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, here it is. I found it. There's a link. There's the link. Let me see. I'm just gonna, I'm gonna share the donation link again quickly for those of you who are just joining. Oop. Just want to make sure it's also in the description on YouTube if you are watching there. We're at $17,000. Thank you so much. And I am getting the link now. Here it is. I had it saved for this very reason, and then I forgot because I have ADHD. There we go. Okay. I'm just checking out all of your chats. Let's see. Legia, is ICE active in your neighborhood? The closest I've seen is about 3 blocks away. 3 blocks away. I live on a pretty quiet street. I mean, so does everyone else who's seeing a lot of this action, so. Reading all your comments. Reminder, we are raising money for the Immigrant Defense Network. It's a coalition of upwards of 100 different organizations in Minnesota who are doing the good work of both rapid response and also education. So they're doing constitutional reporting and observing trainings and all sorts of other things. So please give what you can. Anything you give, either through the link. Again, there's the QR code. The link is in the description. I just shared it. Anything you give through that link here on YouTube or by purchasing merch at LegiaMillerMerch.com, those Protect Immigrants t-shirts and sweatshirts, all of that is going to be donated. And I will post the receipts across social media when I do. Protesters are being arrested at the airport. Someone's saying, last I checked, there were protesters at the Minneapolis airport because there's increased ICE presence that is planned for the next 3 weeks at the airport. So like Customs Border Patrol, ICE agents, they're going to be checking passengers. They're going to be checking paperwork. They're going to be terrorizing people trying to come in and leave the state or country potentially. So we've got protesters at MSP. We've got protesters down at the federal building, which is where ICE has set up their headquarters. And then we have protesters, it's 1:30. They're probably gathering now at the Commons, which is a large green area outside of US Bank Stadium in downtown Minneapolis. So there's a lot of places people are gathering and getting involved. 100 clergy are there to block the road to the landing, deporting people. Donations will be distributed to Immigrant Defense Network. I will personally make sure that all of this money gets sent to them, and I will post receipts. Do I have any live stream to show the protest? No, I do not. I know that there are some people who are on the ground live streaming. I have some ethical quandaries about live streaming a protest. It creates a permanent record of people's faces who didn't necessarily consent to being filmed that can then be used against them in court. If people are live streaming, I hope they are keeping their distance and they are not being narcs by revealing tactics and plans live for the police to just follow along. Thank you for your donations. Thank you for being here. Again, you can donate through the link in the description. You can donate at legionmillermerch.com by buying those Protect Immigrants t-shirts. You can go directly to immigrantdefensenetwork.org and donate to them if that makes you feel more comfortable. I don't give a shit. I'm just trying to gather some funds. Would gather some funds. I believe, I haven't checked in, but someone said I would love to see Hassan in Minneapolis. I believe he's here. I think he's on the ground. I don't know if he's live streaming or what he's doing. I also don't know that cameras work in this cold. So if people are live streaming, it might be touch and go. So I'm just reading all your comments. Hassan hasn't gone live yet. Okay. He's meeting with some leaders and organizers. Great. All right. Hassan's going to have armed security. Christ. That's what we need. More armed men on our streets. Love that. Love men with guns. Love men with guns. Love it when men have guns. Okay. I'm going to keep reading some of these testimonials because I think these are important. I am going to kind of talk about also some news that has been happening here. Thank you, Hollywood Cody. Hollywood Cody. I'm so sorry. Thank you for your donation. I'm just reading all your comments. We are over 17,000. Can't blame him. You know, he's a target. Totally. I just, I just don't like guns. You know what I mean? Like, fine. If it makes him feel better, that's great. I just don't like guns. They make me uncomfortable. Okay. Breaking containment. What really jumped out to me is how little even my most news-addicted friends are aware of the other incidents involving ICE apart from the shootings. When I've described some of the beatings or the other incidents of American citizens getting harassed or wrongfully arrested, the links I share are the first time they hear about it. I guess I hope this reminds people to make sure these incidents break containment and get talked about outside of our local circles. Lower Town resident. That's what I'm trying to do. Sorry, I'm getting some texts. Some text massages. Okay. Text to my aunt. Sorry I couldn't answer earlier. I was at work. It is very bad here. ICE is everywhere, abducting people based on their skin color, arresting people who are legally observing ICE actions, and just all around being jerks, driving wildly, stopping traffic, going door to door, and asking about the ethnicity of people's neighbors. Oh, and shooting and killing people. The other night, after they shot someone in the leg, they threw a flash grenade and tear gas at a van with a family inside who was just trying to get away from all the trouble. A 6-month-old baby stopped breathing because of the tear gas. The mom had to use CPR to keep the baby breathing, in the dark, in the cold, having just been flash grenaded and tear gassed herself. Yesterday, they broke into and abducted a Hmong man, an American citizen who had fought with the Americans in Vietnam and came to the States in the 70s. They took him out of his house into below freezing wind chills while he was wearing shorts and Crocs and nothing else. They stuffed him in an SUV and drove away. Only after talking to him in the SUV did they realize they had gone to the wrong address or something and released him back to his family. Insane stuff like this is happening all throughout the city and the state. A friend of mine said it's not immigration enforcement, it's ethnic cleansing. And that really is what they are doing. It's not about fraud or crime or safety or anything. It's about removing brown people from our city. We are living in an occupied city. Many restaurants and businesses are closed so employees can stay home safe. At work, I've got employees who are out on leave so they can stay home in hiding, essentially. There are other employees who live in fear of being snatched on the way home or on the way to work. Consider everything they have to do in regular life, then add in the literal fear that dudes in trucks are trying to kidnap you at any moment. The employees who aren't as likely to be affected in that way are also traumatized. It hurts so much to see people we care about living in this pain and fear. You'd never think you would miss seeing certain Instacarters, but the sadness of knowing why you're not seeing them is heavy. Now, the other side of this is the whole city, the citizens are rallying to care for our neighbors. We are driving people to work. We're delivering groceries. We're doing laundry. We're patrolling around schools. We're chasing ICE every chance we get. We are slowing them down and caring for our neighbors. By the way, they're flying drones over the city now, like right now, not little drones, the big ass military drones. I appreciate you calling. I'm off work on Wednesday. Try me then. From Matt. I'm reading your messages here. Just reading your comments. Talking about guns, I suppose. I'm hearing helicopters outside right now. As a note. And there's something about the sound of a helicopter overhead that really brings me back to summer 2020. You know what I mean? Really makes you feel on edge. You hate to see it. Thank you for all the donations coming in. Again, we are raising money for the Immigrant Defense Network. It's a coalition of almost 100 different organizations in Minnesota that not only help with rapid response and getting needed items, food, shelter, whatever, to immigrant families. They also do education. They do constitutional observer trainings. And a lot of their trainings are booked up because people are pissed and people are ready to get involved. And a lot of people are getting involved. And I do just want to say, if you are in Minnesota right now and you haven't gotten involved yet, there is still time. There is still need. It is not too late. I know it's really easy to feel guilty and like you're not doing enough and you're never doing enough. And that is true. But if you feel like you are ready to get involved, there are so many ways to do so. It's never too late. Even if it's your local yoga studio that has people who are giving people rides so that they can get to and from the studio, or your kid's school that is doing a food drive. There are ways to get involved. And another thing I wanted to mention that I think is important to talk about is how as much as they are breaking us down, and it is horrible to experience, to see. Obviously, I'm a white person, so I'm very privileged in all of this, and it's so much worse for so many others. It's backfiring. A lot of the regime's tactics are backfiring because, first of all, they picked the wrong fucking city to mess with. We did a lot of this during the George Floyd uprisings in 2020. We made these connections. We started these mutual aid organizations. We started these networks. We met our neighbors. We organized. We were in the streets, even with COVID. We were doing patrols. We were doing all of this. And so when they came and they sent 3,000 ICE agents onto our street, I think they underestimated the strength of those networks that were built only less than 6 years ago at this point. A lot of those were able to just kind of whir back into motion. The ones that went dormant, they were able to come back and be just as strong, if not stronger. We are at $18,000 raised for the Immigrant Defense Network. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Morgan, for the $100 donation. I see everyone donating on YouTube as well. Don't worry, that will also all go towards this. And if you want to buy the Protect Immigrants t-shirts or sweatshirts, 100% of profits go to the Immigrant Defense Network as well. And now everyone is talking about how well organized Minnesota is. Trump and JD Vance and stuff, people will say that it's, paid operatives. That's not the case. No one is there. We don't have billionaire cash the way that Republicans do. Republicans, the only way they can imagine a resistance like this working is if there was a cash benefit for people. And they seem to picture this like organized paramilitary coming in from the outside. But the thing that a lot of conservatives and Republicans don't get is that when you care and give a shit about the people around you, when you have the capability of empathy, there's a lot of power in that. And there's a lot of power in that. And so they don't understand, and they are trying to fearmonger, say these are paid operatives. How else could you possibly explain what's going on in Minneapolis? I believe JD Vance called it a weird reaction from people in Minneapolis. How else could you possibly explain it? Because they don't have the capability of empathy. Their souls are dead inside of them. They have nothing. They don't understand what it's like to give a fuck about the people around you. And so now we have this decentralized organizing that's happening on the ground here in Minnesota, in Minneapolis especially. And it means that, you know how at the end of every single episode I say you need to connect with your neighbors, you need to meet your neighbors. That is how we build strength. That is how we fight this. That is what's happening. Because these signal chats, it's not just vague posts on social media. It's not the like fear-mongery next door posts where you're like, I heard a noise, I heard a gunshot. No, these are signal chats that are neighborhood specific and down to the street specific. People are meeting their neighbors. If they hadn't before, they sure as fuck are now. People know each other. And not only that, they're being trauma bonded with each other. You should never underestimate the strength of a trauma bond. Okay. But they're also just bonding generally because they're forming these connections because they are meeting each other and they have a common enemy. And that really will bring people together. And so it's backfiring. They want to break us down, but instead they're pushing us to be uncomfortable enough that we are willing to leave our houses in negative 20-degree weather and meet our neighbors and stand on the corners and patrol the neighborhood and blow the whistles and chase down ICE and know each other and watch out for each other, because no one wants this. Yeah, someone said Europe and the rest of the world are trauma bonded against the US. This is exactly what's happening in Europe. They are bonding with each other because they now have a common enemy, and it's the United States. It's the same thing happening. Love from Stephen Square. Hi, thank you for being here. They are creating such strength and such bonds in this community, and that is so powerful, and that is something that lasts. We are building off the networks that were created during the summer of George Floyd's murder. And even before that, I'm not saying that this all started then. There are experienced organizers in this community. And that's not to say it's some insidious paid thing like Trump wants people to believe. I mean, it's people who know how to actually do grassroots. We're not astroturfing. It's grassroots. It's people who give a fuck about their neighbors. And that is something that Republicans cannot wrap their fucking heads around. I'm reading all of your messages here. Thank you to the anonymous donors. Thank you so much. We have surpassed $18,000. I'm just going to finish my little latte here. All right. I'm going to read a couple more of these testimonies. This thing kind of goes on for a while, but I think they're really important and really powerful. The shirts are at legionmillermerch.com. And I'm putting the donation link in the chat once more. Okay. Even in the suburbs, I'm a parent in the West Metro. Things are usually pretty quiet here, but ICE is here, and it's affecting every aspect of my life. I see abandoned cars on the side of the road almost every time they drive. I see deeply tinted SUVs most places, some driving recklessly despite icy conditions like it's Mario Kart. Minnesota is a place with a broad cross-section of humanity. You can find every manner of clothing, food, language, skin tone, and custom here on a normal day. It isn't like that in public anymore. Have your papers with you is advice given even to citizens. But people are showing up and turning out for their neighbors all over in every way you can imagine. The fabric of Minnesota is stronger with every stroke to tear it apart, concerned West Metro parent. Just like I was saying. And that's another thing is like it's truly an issue, the number of abandoned cars that are being left on the side of the roads or in the middle of the roads as people are being abducted. I heard a story that there was a person who was abducted, and when neighbors went to look at the car, there was a baby in the back seat that was just left. And there are, I don't remember the name of the tow company. There's at least one tow company that is towing for free these abandoned vehicles because they're just being left. They're just being left. The view from Monticello. I live in a red county between St. Cloud and Minneapolis. I was several feet from two ICE agents whistling, and one yelled, "You're obstructing," and came at me. He tried pepper spraying me from afar, soaking my pants. And then as I turned away, I saw spray in the air next to me. Then he reached around, put the nozzle under my glasses, and sprayed directly into my left eye. He then headed in the direction of another observer who was filming, a young woman, as I ran to my car to flush my eyes and lock myself in. I held up my phone to get photos and video of her being detained, not really seeing anything but the blur of where another ICE vehicle was parked. I heard another observer narrate the beating of a man who I later learned was another observer who had shown up and whistled. He and the young woman were detained, the only ones. After ICE left, several wonderful people descended on me with more water for my eyes. Other people coordinated contacting the observers' families and getting vehicles to them. Both were released, but ICE kept the woman's phone. Love thy neighbor, etc. I watched CBP pull up on a woman in her car outside the Dollar Tree at Nicoleton Lake a couple hours after they killed Renee Good. And being from the South, I knew just what I was looking at. The Nazi comparisons are apt, but the KKK ones are even more so. My wife and I attended a training in October, so we knew some of what was needed. I was just barely recovered from the flu on the 7th. Doesn't matter. We started whistle foot patrols immediately, and I joined a school patrol aid group. We haven't done RR, rapid response, because our schedules don't really lend themselves to it, and I'm bad at driving in the snow. But there's so much need that it doesn't matter. Last weekend, we dropped about $1,400 on the Northeast food drive. We're giving out hot hands, etc. Our literal neighbors are immigrants, and we're Christian, so this feels like work we are called to do. Love thy neighbor, etc. We have these shiny tech salaries, so now we're using them too. We can't and won't let them lock us in a world like 1950s North Carolina. To me, nothing matters more than this. Tech worker in Lindale. Hold on. We gotta block these people. Just trying to keep it clean in here. Keep the worst of the worst out. Oh, I can't find them. There we go. Y'all are just chatty Cathy's in these comments. Thank you. Thank you for donating. We are at nearly $19,000. $19,000, which means we're getting close to halfway to our goal. And I love that. Let's see. Leisha, please announce who you are. There are a lot of new viewers here today. Hi. Hi, if you're new. Here's the donation link. My name's Leisha. I'm a lawyer. And I do news and legal commentary here on YouTube, or, if you were watching on Twitch, usually on YouTube. I have a podcast called Why America, where every week, Monday and Wednesday, I break down the latest headlines and give you the context that the news won't often. And the legal context based on, I have a whole law degree and whatnot. And so I started this entire YouTube channel journey because I felt that the legal field was incredibly elitist and exclusionary, and I wanted people to know and understand the law. And I started this 5.5 years ago. And so that has really evolved in those 5.5 years. And now I do a lot of commentary on current events because I think it's important to at least try and combat fake news and the lack of context by providing the context that I can. And so that's what I do. You can follow me on YouTube. I'm also on Instagram and TikTok, but I don't post as much. I see bulldogs. Are you a Yali? No, I have a dog and her name is Moira and she is an English bulldog. And so I just love English bulldogs. I went to Vassar for undergrad and then I went to Northeastern University School of Law in Boston, which is about as liberal, hippy dippy, crunchy, gay law school as you can possibly find. And that was very much on purpose. So no, I am not a product of the Ivy Leagues. Moira is a good girl. No, she's really naughty. I think she's watching in the living room right now. Hello to my husband and my dog, if you are still watching. Yes, Heather Cox Richardson. I take a lot of inspiration from her. Hold on, my voice is going. Oh, is that $19,000 I see? Dang. We're really doing it. Thank you. Thank you to everyone donating, including here on YouTube as well. Thank you for being here. And thank you to those who are new, who are discovering me for the first time. If that's a thing, welcome. I'm happy to have you here. Again, I usually am scripted. Usually I'm heavily scripted, if I'm being honest. You're getting me in my full, raw, unscripted form today because that's how much I care about the cause. And yeah, usually I do scripts and I cite all my sources, which is another thing that a lot of news commentators don't do. I will give you a list of my sources linked in the description of every episode. Raw Legia, off the wall. That's right. Okay. We're going to keep reading. You guys, I think these are important to read. The testimony of what's happening here in Minnesota. Alone with my thoughts. Last night, finally alone with my thoughts after a grueling week, the darkness came over me, the things we can't talk about. We are all in overdrive right now. We help wherever we can, all while going to work and taking care of our families, so we keep those thoughts at bay. It's enough to get through the day. But it hit me. Where are the women and children? You see men in cages, but no women. There's a video going around showing an agent taking a handcuffed woman into a porta potty. Where is she? What happened? It's an image that haunts me. But really, we can't think about the aftermath of an abduction, the abuse of those detainees, the ones that have just disappeared, those left behind, the trauma, the economic impact of families already barely getting by. There are too many pieces to pick up. The gravity of it all is too heavy right now to handle everything. We have to compartmentalize today so we can make it to tomorrow. Our lives have to go on, and there's oh so much work to be done. We drove to Mankato last week to see my son and saw a few abandoned cars along the side of I-169 and the side streets in the small towns we went through. The driver's side of the windows were broken out, just one hole in the middle of a cracked window. One had the door still open. ICE was here. This is their calling card now. These are people just doing normal things, not knowing they aren't coming home that day. The damage is going to be everlasting and very deep, but we can't deal with that now. That's for tomorrow when it's finally all over. Only one person from outside of state has checked in on me. The rest don't care because they don't care to know how fucked up things really are here. I couldn't tell them without sounding like a crazy person anyway. I know a few of the just comply crowd too, who just don't want to engage. But if they ever do reach out, I have one thing to say. Buddy, until your autonomy, your rights, your very existence is on each and every ballot, each and every year, shut the hell up. You don't know it now, but I'm fighting for you too. From Denise. I don't want to do this. I have to do this. My husband tells a story of a time an inebriated college classmate happened upon a fire extinguisher. The classmate grabbed it and yelled, "I don't want to do this." Then he pulled the pin and yelled, "I have to do this," while carpeting the hallway in foam. For the past 16 years, that's been our shorthand for an unstoppable compulsion. I don't want to do this. I have to do this. Over and over again, I hear, I can't believe I have to do this. I can't believe I have to respond to an abduction in progress. I can't believe I have to patrol school pickup. I can't believe I have had to learn the difference between an expedition and an escape. It's both freeing and distressing. I don't want to do this. I have to do this. Pepper sprayed. Last Sunday, I was legally recording an abduction of one of my neighbors when I was pepper sprayed in the face by an ICE agent. This occurred 1 block away from where my child went to school. Dad in Northeast Minneapolis. Like a scene out of The Walking Dead. It's a cold, blustery day. I drive to work. My street is usually full of people walking their dogs and getting coffee. I live on a busy commercial street in Minneapolis. The streets are dead except an old man with a whistle, cane, and a high-vis vest on. There are people guarding businesses on my street. The people at the bus stops look terrified. ICE has been randomly snatching people from bus stops all week. These aren't targeted operations. This is an ethnic cleansing campaign. Multiple times on my commute, I spot ICE vehicles. They are everywhere. You drive down one busy road in Minneapolis and you are guaranteed to run into them within 10 minutes. It's an occupation. I try to focus on caring for my patients with a sense of dread in my stomach all day. When I get ready to leave, I open my phone to find they tear gassed a pizza place right down the road from me for no reason. Well, the fact that they donated a bunch of pizza to people in hiding is probably a reason. There are so many people in hiding, we have to donate and deliver food to them. But our community scared the feds away just with whistles and honks. We are not afraid. Driving home, I see multiple abandoned cars on the side of 35W. It looks like a scene out of The Walking Dead. There's no weather or snow to explain these empty cars. They are all people kidnapped by the state for daring to be a person of color in Trump's America. As I pass the exit to Highway 62, I see ICE pull over a man in an unmarked vehicle and quickly detain him without many questions. They just grabbed him because he's East African. I get home and my friend reports she saw a similar thing happening to a Latino man on her way home from work. I call Monarca and pray he's okay. Monarca is another local organization. I try to sleep, but all I hear is helicopters and honking. Then I try to open my phone to get my mind off of things. Instead, I find that they shot another person tonight. They tear gas a residential neighborhood and make a baby stop breathing by throwing tear gas into a car of a family they said could leave. They brutalize a black neighborhood all night because they chased someone at 40 miles per hour down a residential street and shot someone. Then DHS says it was the family's fault for having their baby at a riot. There are no riots here, just people living in their own neighborhoods and getting terrorized for existing as people of color. It can happen here. It is happening here. And they are trying to make sure you don't know about it. Nurse in Uptown. Doing a lot and not enough. Ever since this summer, around August, when I witnessed an abduction on my block, we were aware of ICE and could feel their increased presence. Feel it even if we didn't always see it. Neighbors talking, coworkers talking, social media, etc. I was in Chicago the week before the surge started there, and I felt the shock of seeing places in my friends' neighborhoods where I had just been overrun by ICE agents in tactical gear and rifles, and also seeing the response, the whistles, the community rallying. A couple days before Christmas, our neighbor texted to say ICE was back on our block and he was going out after them. I jumped in my car and took off behind him without knowing where I was going or what I was going to do when I got there. I went without even telling my wife that I would circle back for her. By Christmas Eve, I was in our hyper-local signal chat, observer training, handbooks, salute, what to do if you are detained, know your rights. Honestly, the first few days it was overwhelming. From then on, it has been a huge part of our lives. Watching the chats, patrolling, mutual aid, getting food for our neighbors, arranging rides, keeping an eye out at all times. My wife and neighbors chase them off our street, screaming at them. Every late model domestic truck is potentially ICE, doubly if they have out-of-state plates. I have my own whistle. Then Renee Good and Roosevelt High, our elementary school, stopped having kids doing crosswalk patrols, so I do that now in the mornings before work. We have been doing other things as well that I don't feel comfortable sharing. It's hardly just us. There are people in your neighborhood who you will never know, who no one will ever know, fighting these fascists. These people are real heroes. Now it is all day, every day. All of us in this fight. I am struggling because it feels like we are doing a lot and not enough. Anyway, we'll keep fighting because fuck it. They don't have enough bullets. Anonymous. Thank you for your donations. Just want to check in here on the chat. Thank you for being here. If you're just joining us, we are raising money for the Immigrant Defense Network. We are at almost $20,000. $20,000. Just for context, if you weren't with us at the beginning, I had a goal of 10,000 at the beginning. Okay. I'm sorry that I doubted you. Sorry I did not recognize your game. Thank you for being here. Thank you for donating. I am banning the trolls as I can, but I don't have a mod or anything because I'm not really live streaming very often. You're getting me raw and unscripted here today. My voice is already starting to go a little bit, so I'm sorry if it gets worse. Thank you for donating. $20,000 is amazing. We can do 50. I know we can. Thank you, Kimberly. Thank you to an anonymous donor who donated $100. Thank you to those of you donating 25, 10, 5, $2, whatever you have. It's so important to get these donations where they need to go. Thank you, Kai B. Thank you to those of you donating on YouTube. I see you as well. I appreciate this. The reason why I'm raising money for the Immigrant Defense Network is because it is a coalition of about 100 organizations here in Minnesota. And this money is going to go directly towards rapid response and resources that are desperately needed for our immigrant families here in Minneapolis, as well as training. They do a lot of constitutional observer trainings and other trainings, and those trainings are booked these days. Those trainings are booked. So thank you, Sarah, for a $100 donation. The people are fucking rallying. The people are literally rallying right now in downtown. People have been protesting since early this morning at the Whipple Federal Building, which is where ICE have set up their operations here in Minnesota. They have been protesting at the Minneapolis airport, where there's reports that for the next 3 weeks, ICE is going to have an increased presence. And they are gathering at the Commons in downtown, which is a park right in front of the US Bank Stadium. To show their support. It is a day of action. People are walking out of the job. They're walking out of school. Businesses are closed. We are not buying things. We are not participating in the economy. We're doing an economic blackout. I said this at the beginning of the broadcast, but just so we're clear, I have seen comments from people saying, like, what's the point of this? It's not going to do anything. The point of this is to show our solidarity. It's to show that we are in this together, and it's to show ourselves how powerful we are and the regime, but importantly ourselves. One action of any kind is not going to topple a regime, and you cannot go into activism expecting that one singular day of action is going to be the answer or the antidote. We just hit $20,000. Thank you so much. Thank you. We're nearly halfway to our goal of 50,000. This is amazing. You cannot expect a single day of action to be the answer. No thing that you do is the answer, which is why it can feel so overwhelming to engage in activism, because it feels like you're never doing enough. And so for those of you who feel like you're never doing enough, I see you, I hear you, I feel you. There is no one thing anyone can do. We are all part of this. We are all in it together. And if we band together and show each other how strong we are and how in it together we are, that there is power in that. Thank you to Dwayne. Thank you to Anonymous, $100 donation, CG, $25, Stephanie, $25. Thank you over on YouTube for your donations. Anonymous, $25, Kirby, $100. Thank you. Anonymous, $10. Anything helps. $25 from Diagnosing Victimhood. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Furious in Washington, $100. Thank you. Thank you for your donations. So, like I said, you can donate here. You can go to legionmillermerch.com and get the Protect Immigrants t-shirts and sweatshirts. All of the profits from that will go to the Immigrant Defense Network. You can go to immigrantdefensenetwork.org and donate directly there. That's fine. I'm just trying to get the resources where they are needed. Thank you, Grace. $100 donation. Thank you so much for being here. Sorry that my voice is starting to go a little bit. Thank you. All right. Doing something is not nothing. Doing nothing is nothing. That's right. And so we're doing something, and we're showing the power in our numbers. K and J Terhar, $250. Thank you so much. Thank you for watching. And thank you so much to those of you donating on YouTube. I see you. I see the anonymous donations as well. Thank you. Thank you. Off to the downtown rally, my fellow Minnesotans, please stay safe and warm. Thank you for going out and rallying. I said this at the top of the broadcast. The reason I am doing a live stream inside and I am not out rallying is because I sat down with myself and I thought, what is the most good that I can do? And while rallying and protesting is important, I felt that there are a lot of you who are always in my comments asking what you can do. And a lot of you are not in Minnesota right now. And so I wanted to give an outlet for this. I wanted to give a show of solidarity. I wanted to give people the opportunity to give the resources that they have, that they want to give. This felt like the most good that I could do in this moment. So thank you to those of you who are showing up and showing out. And I'm going to keep reading these testimonies. If you're new here, you're just showing up. Thank you for being here. I've been reading the Racket, our local newspaper, have gathered the testimony of people on the ground here in Minnesota. These are stories that are not making the nightly news because they're not flashy. It is the everyday resistance that I am witnessing and that we are all witnessing here. Let's keep going. Volunteers out the door. My sister-in-law immigrated to Minnesota at age 18 on a sponsorship visa from a country in East Africa. She worked 2 or 3 minimum wage jobs at a time. She worked and worked and worked and studied and worked, became a naturalized citizen and worked and studied some more. Now she's a medical professional who saves lives on every shift. Last week, I ran errands for her because she felt unsafe outside of her home and immediate neighborhood. I drove across town to a specialty grocer to buy a traditional food from her home country so that she didn't have to risk harassment or worse from ICE. Since mid-December, I have volunteered at Dios Habla Hoy, the church that's getting famous for delivering groceries to people homebound out of fear of ICE capture. At first, there were dozens of volunteers to pack and deliver boxes. The last time I went, I could barely get in the door because volunteers were packed in line, parka to parka, proving that Minnesotans want to help keep their neighbors safe. Southwest Minneapolis activist. ICE in the schools. As a teacher, the idea that keeps running through my head is that 2020 is back, but this time it's worse. School is currently canceled for a couple days because teachers need time to prepare online learning for families who are afraid of leaving their home. Our school community has been coordinating grocery deliveries for families who are afraid to leave their home. This time, it's not a pandemic. Our families are afraid of being racially profiled by the federal government. We have neighbors keeping watch during arrival and dismissal. This is insane. Amidst the chaos and fear, I am incredibly proud of my colleagues and school community for rallying around our families who need help. Every day, I'm seeing amazing people doing amazing things to support people who need it most. We're not going to stop. ICE out now. A teacher in St. Paul. Abandoned by the state. I live in Minneapolis and work for a state agency. We have received all staff emails about the ongoing situation in Minnesota and had Teams calls with senior leadership in which they purport to take our questions and give us guidance. I've been heartened to see my coworkers' concern for our colleagues and neighbors and disgusted by the response from our bosses. Staff who are immigrants and POC have quite reasonably asked what protections they have from federal law enforcement at work or on their commutes. They're told that there will be no general guidance given, and everyone has to take it up individually with their supervisor. Staff who work in public-facing locations have asked how they can make it clear what spaces are public and where they can refuse entry. No general guidance. Take it up with your building coordinator. We have existing policies. Use those. Can communications staff compile applicable policies and procedures into guides to help coworkers? No. In emergencies, we are directed to call 911. If you get detained, well, we understand this may not be possible, but please try to let your supervisor know. Thanks. I hate it. A state worker. Paranoia behind the wheel. Whenever I'm driving, my head is always on a swivel for SUVs with tinted windows. If it's out-of-state plates, I am always looking to see who the driver is. I resent that I am in a state of distrust and paranoia about commuters all around me because they could be secret police on their way to brutalize and kidnap someone. Anonymous. Permanent images. What I'm taking from everyday life during the ICE occupation is just how many images and feelings will stick with me forever. Being at a protest and seeing a young kid in the backseat of a car put their hands up to the window in a heart shape as they drove by. Parents wearing safety vests at the corners around my kids' school. Getting takeout from my favorite restaurants and seeing they have a fraction of the staff to get those orders out. And just the constant feeling of nervousness that doesn't go away. All while watching those in power lie about everything. Angry and sad guy in St. Paul. For Nora, age 3. If I die on the streets today, know that I was only there to make the world a safe place for you and your cousins and your friends. Know that I wanted another little girl to come home to see mommy and daddy waiting the way they should be. Know that I needed to show you what a just world looks like and what it means to stand up for what is right. Know that I believe the world is bigger and more beautiful than this, and you can make it a place of kindness, love, and peace. Know that I love you forever and always. Gretchen. Unsafe but hopeful. I have never felt so unsafe here, but what keeps me going is the incredible amount of community organizing that is happening. I'm seeing our much greater numbers step up and be used effectively in real time. As afraid as I am, I really believe we will win if we keep fighting together. Lifelong Twin Cities resident. Modelo resistance. The bar to resisting these goblins is so unbelievably low. You don't have to be Will Stancil in his Honda Fit. You don't have to wear a high-vis vest in a church parking lot or drive a terrified Spanish-speaking person to their daycare gig. You don't even have to sleep with an ICE agent's third wife while he's here assaulting teens. That said, I encourage you to do all of these things. Careful out there, Will. If you're a comfortable Gen Xer like me, you can very literally just go shopping. I live on St. Paul's West Side, which means I have easy access to a feast of immigrant-owned restaurants and markets. Every single one of these establishments is currently getting harassed by our government's pudgy ethnic cleansers. January is a brutal month for the hospitality industry without the goon squad circling the parking lot looking for a line cook to abduct. Have fun making payroll. How can you help? Sit your ass at the bar and order tacos and a Modelo. Get some buncha and a side of wontons to go. Say hi to the employee working in the freezing entryway to let customers in and keep thugs out. Tip like a Rockefeller. You're a white American male in your 50s. You've been trained to consume since kindergarten. You've got this. Welcome to the resistance, Jeremy. The salsa verde will change your life. Steve from St. Paul. Let's see. Just reading the comments here. Buses to the march are so full that people in my neighborhood have decided to just walk 1 hour to get to the meeting up spot. Great. I'm just reading your comments. Wow. We've formed an ancillary march of our own just because we can't fit into the buses. That's amazing. That's amazing. We're at nearly $22,000, meaning we are nearly at our halfway mark. Thank you to the anonymous person who donated $500. Thank you to everyone donating what you can. Thank you for being here. I'm just reading all your comments. Thank you to those of you who are joining, who are leaving, who are just coming. Welcome. We got one more here. We're here to stay. My wife and I live in Longfellow and observe our patrol almost every day. We have a 7-year-old, so we can't do this together and risk us both being detained. Of course, it's exhausting. Another job added to the ones we already have. We've had scary run-ins with ICE, but there's the grim reassurance that we can commiserate about it with almost anyone else we know who's experienced the same. One friend said it best. I can't keep doing this. I have to keep doing this. I try to take days off, but then I feel restless, like I'm not doing enough. Our city's collective trauma will take years to process, but there's also solidarity, joy, and the subtle but exhilarating conviction that we're going to win. These fuck faces are confused, dim, angry, afraid. They have no concrete goal, but we do. They have no exit strategy, and we don't need one because we're here to stay. My daughter has a surface understanding of the situation. She trains to beat up ICE with friends at recess. Years from now, when she asks me how our family fought back, I want to be proud of the answer I give her. Longfellow dad. That was a dramatic reading of the oral history that Racket, a local newspaper here in Minneapolis, has gathered of people on the streets in Minnesota. These are stories that will not make the nightly news, but they're happening everywhere, on every street. Link to the fundraiser is in the description. I will post it here as well. I'm raising money for the Immigrant Defense Network. It is a coalition of almost 100 organizations here in Minnesota. The money will go directly towards helping immigrant families in need, as well as facilitating trainings. They do a lot of trainings for constitutional observers and other trainings. And those trainings across the city, whether through the Immigrant Defense Network and elsewhere, are booked solid. People are showing up and showing out. And so I am doing this fundraiser to stand in solidarity with the day of action happening across Minnesota. Businesses are closed, schools are closed, people are not showing up to work. 394, no, I-35W this morning was completely like deserted. No one was out. It's happening. People are showing up and showing out for the protest. There are people been protesting at the federal building, the Whipple building down where ICE has set up headquarters. They're protesting at the Minneapolis airport, and they are also protesting. They're meeting at the Commons downtown, which is just outside US Bank Stadium. And so this is solidarity. It's a place for people to give what they can, and those resources will be directed towards the places here in Minnesota that need it most. Thank you for being here. People are reporting, looks like I'm on the green line towards downtown Minneapolis. ICE out protest. The train filled immediately, even 20 stops away from our destination. We reached capacity. People are cheering at every stop. There is solidarity in this town. I said this already, but this is backfiring on the regime. This is only making us stronger. This is only making us more united. This is only making everyone this much closer with their neighbors. These hyper local signal chats are creating connections that will last far longer than ICE will ever last on our streets. We are using the networks and the training that we gained during the George Floyd uprising in 2020, and we are putting it to use now. And they are on our turf in the dead of winter, sending these racist fucking Texans up. Some are from Minnesota, but some are from fucking Texas, and they think they can take us in negative 13-degree cold. Hell no. Hell no. Thank you for being here. You can donate using the link in the description. I'm going to put it in the chat again. You can donate using the little QR code at the bottom of the screen. You can go to legionmillermerch.com and grab a Protect Immigrants sweatshirt or t-shirt, and all of that will also be donated. You can go directly to immigrantdefensenetwork.org and donate to them that way if you prefer to do that. You can donate here on YouTube as well. I see those donations coming in. Those ones aren't going to pop up on the screen, and they're not going to be counted in the official $50,000 goal, unfortunately. There's not a way to combine all of this into one major number, but I will, after this live stream, post the receipts and get a final count. But thank you for being here. Thank you for donating. Let me see. So that was a reading of the testimony happening here, and then I wanted to check just the latest news, what's happening here in Minnesota. I am going to take a brief break because we are at about 2 hours in. So we're at about the halfway point, which is amazing because we're nearly at the halfway point of our goal of $50,000. So it's working. It's working. Thank you for your donations. Keep them coming. And I'm going to be right back and get a little beverageino. Give me 1 minute. Okay. Bye. Hello. Thank you for your patience. Oh my gosh, $500 donations from Anonymous, Lindsay, Barb, Nicole Moon, Dark Days. Thank you so much for all your generosity. We are at $24,000. We are almost halfway to our goal. Amazing. My mom just texted. She's going to mail me a check. Hi, Mom. I got some beveraginos. We got the boob mug. The OGs will know. The OGs will know this one. It was a gift from Etsy 10 years ago. I don't know where it's from. I'm so sorry. We got some throat coat. I'm losing my voice. And then we also got, let's see, some water. I have my latte, feeling caffeinated. Thank you for being here. If you are just joining, hi, welcome. If you're new here, my name is Leija. I'm a lawyer. Every Monday and Wednesday, my show, Why America, covers the latest headlines and provides the context that the news won't. Alexis, thank you for your $100 donation. Landrew won, thank you. Oh my gosh. My Alexa thought I was talking to her. Shh. That was scary. Give me a little bit of a heart attack. Thank you for your donations. I'm a lawyer. I have my show Mondays, Wednesdays, Why America. We talk about the news. I provide the legal context that the news isn't, etc. There's apparently a lot of protesting happening right now, a lot of people showing out at the protests. I just saw a headline that said that about 100 faith pastors were arrested at MSP Airport. We got to do a review of the headlines. I gotta pull them up. Let me just, if you're just tuning in, you can donate using the QR code on your screen. The donation link is going into the chat. It is also in the description. You can go to LeijaMillerMerch.com and get the Protect Immigrants sweater or t-shirt. I have one here. I don't have the immigrants text design because I just threw that together, but this is my Reagan Ruined Everything t-shirt. It's thick, it's high quality, it's like an oversized, almost like a streetwear. Thank you, Dogs Wags, for your $199.99 donation. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Alex, for your $100 donation, thank you so much. So you can get a t-shirt or sweatshirt if you would like that. Or you can go to immigrantdefensenetwork.org to donate directly. I see you donating here on YouTube as well. I appreciate you. It's not going to pop up on my screen because there's no way to combine all of this into one handy dandy little thing, but I see you and I appreciate you, and all of it will go to there. All of it will go to there. All right. Look, I'm just watching these numbers pop up. Amazing. Amazing. Okay. So there's some news I wanted to get to, but let me just pull up and see if we have any sort of on the ground updates. If anyone is on the ground right now, I'm seeing the chats pop in saying that the trains and the buses are so packed that people are walking on foot an hour to get to the downtown meeting location. Hassan is not joining. He's a difficult man to get in contact with, and I'm pretty small potatoes compared to the people he's meeting with. Let me see. So I know that there are people live streaming. I am not live streaming or showing the live streams because I do not know whether the people on those live streams have given consent to be shown, and it is a permanent record of their faces doing this, and the ethics give me pause. You know what I mean? So I'm just going to look up. Someone said something happened at the Whipple building. They just dispersed it. Let's see. God forbid I could find any sort of updates. This is the thing. That's why I wanted to in the first half. So I'll be going till 4 o'clock. In case anyone's wondering. I'll be going till 4 o'clock. The first half, I was reading the on the ground testimony that the Racket, our local newspaper, had combined. Let's see. I'm trying not to like be a narc, you know, and expose people who are protesting. So I'm trying to just look this up on my own. Keep those donations coming in. Thank you so much. Let's see. We have someone on Twitter saying at MSP, the Minneapolis airport, part of the anti-ICE general strike, about 100 demonstrators blocked the roadway to the Federal Whipple building, which is right by the airport, and gave ICE a Minnesotan hello. Snowballs, hand warmers, and snacks were plentiful in negative 17 degrees. 3 detained. DHS threw 3 CS cans, 1 white smoke on withdrawal. We are scaring away the feds. And let's see. I'm reading all of your messages. And then I also have Instagram pulled up here. Yeah, 100 faith leaders arrested at MSP airport shutdown. I'm trying to make sure that these are corroborated reports as well. Let's see. There are people, there are a bunch of drummers on the Stone Arch Bridge in downtown Minneapolis in negative 15 degree heat. Literally like 10 drummers just in a row drumming right now. The people are out. The people are out. So thank you for being here. Thank you for donating. This is a space for the people who can't go out, can't join, aren't here in Minnesota, are watching in horror from around the world, and are wondering where to send their donations. Thank you to Elliot. Thank you to Anonymous, your $100 donations. Thank you to Emily for your $50 donation. We are very close to $25,000. As a reminder, I started this live stream with 10,000 as the goal. So we are halfway to the new and improved goal, $50,000. Thank you for being here. I'm blocking the trolls as I can. Is it true the governor resigned? Last I checked, the governor was not seeking re-election. He's not resigning. Okay. So as the news kind of comes in, I will keep you guys abreast of what I'm seeing. Just looking at online. I know that there are some people that are live right now. You can watch that too. I'm here fundraising because that felt like the most good that I could do today. All right. Thank you. 2 anonymous $100 donations. Oh, we just passed 25,000. We just passed 25,000. Thank you, Josh and Anonymous. You put us over the edge. This is my throat coat and my boob mug. Thank you for being here. That's amazing. Let's keep going. 50,000. Let's see. Where'd I get the mug? It was a gift from someone who got it on Etsy about 10 years ago. I know people ask me all the time, the jug mug. That's funny. Okay. So I wanted to cover some headlines because that's what I do here. I'm going to just take a second and read your comments. So if you have questions right now, pop them in the chat. Keep the donations coming. Let's see. Weird off-topic question. How common is it for people to start losing their voice in court? I mean, I have no idea. I couldn't answer that like on a technical level. But I will say court is not what it looks like in the movie. So you're not usually just like talking and talking and talking and talking. There's a lot of really boring pauses that last for a really long time. I imagine if you are like examining a witness and asking a lot of questions and maybe not getting a break, or you're the only lawyer doing it, you could probably lose your voice. Book girl, $1,000, book girl. Thank you. Thank you so much. But yeah, there's a lot of very boring long pauses in court. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. Let's see. Let's see. Aerial view or pictures of the crowd downtown. Let me see. Let me see if there's some local news. I certainly fucking hear the helicopters. And I'm not super far from downtown, but I'm not in downtown. So someone's got to have it. Let's check the local news. Let's check the local news. Care 11. No, this is from 2 weeks ago. This is from 2 weeks ago. Come on. Let's see. No. No. Also, I don't know how well my sound is going to work coming through my computer. Let's see. I'm going to try to share my screen so you guys can see what I'm doing. Thank you to the anonymous donors. Thank you for everyone who's still donating. We want to get to $50,000 for the Immigrant Defense Network. They are a coalition of 100 organizations in Minnesota that do a lot of things, including rapid response to immigrant families in need, as well as education, doing constitutional observer trainings, and others. Let's see. Let's see. How much money per sale of t-shirt / sweatshirt? I believe it's about $25 for the t-shirt and maybe $40 for the sweatshirt. Book girl back again, dropping the fat stacks. Love it. Okay. What's been the weirdest, funniest, most creative way our Minnesotan neighbors have employed? I assume you mean employed like shown their support. So there is in Powderhorn Park, there's a hill, and on the hill every year there is a like sled competition where people make different like floats, but they're on a sled and then they put it down the hill, and the goal is to see how far each one will go. And there was a good ice out sled. I'm gonna see if I can find a picture of it to show you guys because it was pretty good. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Hold on, it's on Instagram. Let me see if I can find just a picture of it. Yeah. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can share this with you. No, not that one. Sorry, just we're doing this one. There we go. So they sent that down a hill, and you can see. So I talked about Powderhorn in a broadcast a couple weeks ago. Yes, the merch will stay available after the stream. Live stream from AP in the comment section is toxic, I bet. Let's see. So in Powderhorn, I talked about Powderhorn not long ago. My husband lived there before we moved in together, and so I spent a lot of time in Powderhorn Park, especially during the pandemic. I spent a lot of time going for jogs, trying to maintain my sanity in this very park. They also have a May Day celebration every year that is like it's like every leftist's dream and every Republican's worst nightmare. It's people boobs out, pubes out, hippy dippy, neighbors together, big parade floats like Mad Max style. There's like a whole group in the Powderhorn Park area that are in charge of the Heart of the Beast. It's a like puppeteer theater, but they have these giant floats that literally there's like flamethrowers. There's a Ferris wheel. There's a big dinosaur, and they're parked in people's backyards throughout the year when it's not May Day parade time. So you can just walk around and you'll just see a giant T-Rex in someone's yard, and it's just quirky and it's like it's really lovely. There are little free pantries everywhere, and it's just like it's a really lovely place. And so that's where this happens. So this is like in the dead of winter. This is what they'll do at Powderhorn. And so let's see. This is a racket. This is the same place that sorry, you can't see it behind the donors. Thank you to all the donations. This is our local newspaper here. So let's see if they have some other. Yeah, I mean it's like everything under the sun. And then they just send it down a hill, and it's charming. I'm just looking at that little kid. It's so charming. It's very family friendly. I'll take my horchata warm because fuck ice. And it's just a lovely place. It's a place where people move to and never leave because it's just great. So this is the place that ICE is like. These are where all the paid agitators are, and all the violence and all the horrible people. That this is what they're afraid of. This is what they're saying. This is what is scaring the shit out of ICE and Trump. This is it. This is their worst nightmare. So I think this was from a few weeks ago too. Last week. Yeah, that's right. The quirky Minnesotans. Very, very scary. Very scary. Okay. I can't find any overhead footage of what's happening right now in downtown. But reports are it's friggin' packed. It's packed, and the people are turning out. So for those of you who can't and who want to show support from afar, that's what we're doing here. Thank you for your donations. We have already surpassed 25,000. It looks like we're into 26,000. We are over halfway to our goal. Sorry, the numbers are so small I can't read them. Halfway to our goal. We are getting there. Again, if you have questions, I'll take a look at the chat when I can. So impacts that ICE is having on immigration lawyers. I am not an immigration lawyer, and I'm not like embedded in immigration lawyers, so I can't speak specifically to that. I can certainly imagine. I mean, I know that like immigration lawyers, at least at the beginning of this year, were receiving. Oh no, I'm staying till 4, so we got an hour and 20 minutes. So keep them coming. So I know that there were immigration judges or lawyers that were receiving like threats that they were going to get kicked out of the country, and then DHS was saying that like, oh no, that was an accident. It wasn't meant to go to them. It's meant to go to like one of their clients or something. But as far as their day-to-day jobs, I'm sure that they are swamped. I'm sure that they are struggling because I know that they can't even show up to court these days without ICE being there. So I can't speak to it specifically, but I know that it certainly is not making their jobs easy. And it also, they're not being excuse me, they're not being allowed to get in to see a lot of their clients too. Excuse me, got a little throat coat here. Thoughts on the leaked ICE memo? Is this the one about the Fourth Amendment? Well, about how how ICE officers don't need a warrant. Is that what you're talking about? I am going to talk about that. I am going to talk about that. First, I wanted to hold on. Let me pull this up here. Okay, JD Vance was in Minnesota yesterday. Might still be here. I'm not sure. And you'll know this about me if you watch my content. I like to kind of look at how the regime spins things, the PR of it all, the propaganda of it all. I do like to look at that. And so I think JD Vance is on a bit of a propaganda tour. So I wanted to play this for you as well. During his visit to Minneapolis on Thursday, this is yesterday, Vance stated that his purpose was to bring down the temperature, pun intended, I assume, following a series of fractious incidents involving federal agents and local residents, some of whom have been arrested or tear gassed during interactions with immigration officers. On Wednesday, it was reported a 5-year-old boy was detained along with his father by ICE and then flown to a detention center in Texas, one of 4 Columbia Heights school students arrested by immigration agents in recent weeks. I'm going to try to play this. I'm going to see, let me see what kind of sound we got going on here. You let me know if you can hear this. Gonna just turn this up, maybe. Hold on, maybe. God, I fucking hate this guy. Just hearing his stupid fucking voice and his punchable face. Can you hear this? No? Nada. Okay. Let me see. Let me see about this. You can smell his cologne. Yuck. Okay. Let's try something a little different. I am going to share this. And I know a lot of people don't want to see his ugly face. But I do think it's important. Okay. Let's try this.
School shooting families, because the last time I was in Minneapolis, it was, of course, to meet with some of those families. I understand that a couple of the students have made near miraculous recoveries, and just that was a very special moment for me to be invited into that community at a time of grief. And I hope that all of them know.
Okay, let's just listen.
Particular time, I've been thinking about them and their families quite a bit. Now, to talk about what I am here to do, which is federal law enforcement, to enforce our immigration laws, I want to say just a few things. First of all, I wanted to meet with business leaders, with ICE officers, with local law enforcement to try to understand a little bit better what's going on so that we can tone down the temperature a little bit, reduce the chaos, but still allow us as a federal government to enforce the American people's immigration laws. That is the purpose of my visit. Now, this is step 1 or step 2 of that process. There's going to be a lot of work that follows through from here. I'm happy to talk about that, but I think I learned a few things that were very important. So number one of the things I learned is that the guys behind me are doing an incredible job. And frankly, a lot of the media is lying about the job that they do every single day. Now, it doesn't mean that there aren't occasionally stories out there, there aren't occasionally videos out there that suggest that these guys, or at least some of the people who work for them, are not doing everything right. But very often, if you look at the context of what's going on, you understand that these people are under an incredible amount of duress, an incredible amount of chaos, and because of a few very far left agitators, a lot of these guys are unable to do their jobs without being harassed, without being doxxed, and sometimes without being assaulted. That's totally unacceptable. And that's one of the things that I want to send a message to is, yes, come out and protest me, protest our immigration policy, but do it peacefully. If you assault a law enforcement officer, the Trump administration and the Department of Justice is going to prosecute you to the fullest extent of the law. And I wanted to show some support for these guys who, frankly, are operating in a very, very tough environment. I heard a lot of stories today about that I think drives home just how chaotic the environment on the ground here has already gotten. For example, did you know that within the last, I think, week or so, maybe even more recently than that, you had a couple of ICE officers who were off duty, who had been doxxed online, who were sitting and having a meal at a restaurant in Minneapolis when a bunch of agitators showed up, locked the door, made them feel like they were in danger for their lives. And then, of course, it was federal law enforcement officers who had to come up, lower the temperature on the situation, and actually get those two off-duty officers to a point of safety. Now imagine, if you would, your life and your perspective on law enforcement if you can't even go to a restaurant without some agitators locking the door and making you feel like your life is in danger. That is the environment that has been created, I think, by a lot of very, frankly, far left people, but also by some of the state and local law enforcement officials who could do a much better job in cooperating and working. And by the way, I'm not talking about the cops, who these guys told me on the ground, the cops are very sympathetic to what they're dealing with. I'm talking about the state and local elected law enforcement officials who could do a lot better job in making their lives a little bit easier. And in the process, they would make the lives of all Minneapolis residents easier. And that's what we want. We want to be able to enforce the immigration laws on the one hand, while on the other hand, we want to make sure that people in Minneapolis are able to go about their day. And I want to say just one last point on this. So I heard from a business leader today who told me a very tough story. And I think...
Sorry. He says he wants people to be able to go about their day. If you were here for the first half of this broadcast, you heard me read out, 25 testimonials from people actually on the ground in Minnesota, not the ones flying in and shutting down our fucking airports in the middle of the day, who cannot go about their lives because ICE is here. I have never felt as unsafe in this city as I have felt as ICE has ramped up here in Minneapolis. Nothing that they are doing is helping. Nothing that they are doing is making the situation better. No one is able to just go about their day, and whatever ICE is doing is not going to make it better. A lot of this feels like I'm screaming into a void because he knows this. The thing with JD Vance, Trump, I think, is in his own fucking cloud somewhere on Lord knows what the fuck drugs he's on to keep him alive this long. JD Vance is smart enough to know better, but he does, and he doesn't care. And that's, Trump is evil, but that's also fucking evil. And yes, I'm going to keep playing him. I know people don't want to watch him, and I wish that we didn't have to. However, this is like one of the leaders of the free world right now, and we do have to pay attention to the propaganda that they are pumping out so that we know what they're saying, because the lies that they are telling us are indicative of the direction that things are headed. Even if we don't believe their lies, I think it's important to pay attention.
So much of what's gone wrong in Minneapolis is people not trying to understand the perspective of somebody else. Try to understand what somebody else is experiencing, whether they're a law enforcement officer or anybody in the community here in Minneapolis. So they told me a story about this manufacturing facility where an illegal immigrant was being arrested. And as these employees are going into the manufacturing facility, all of a sudden, an illegal immigrant shows up. They don't know it's an illegal immigrant. And then a bunch of ICE officers descend. Now, these people just want to go to work. They want to go to work safely. And now all of a sudden, there's a major law enforcement operation happening right outside their place of business. Now, from one perspective, I certainly understand why a business leader or why an employee would say, whoa, what's going on? It's a little scary, no matter your position in life, if a bunch of cop cars show up and they're arresting somebody. Now, the additional context is that we know that people online have been encouraging illegal immigrants that one way they can evade arrest is by showing up at a legitimate place of business, making it impossible for these guys to actually enforce our immigration laws. So while I can understand the perspective of somebody who doesn't want to see an arrest happen at their place of work, I can also understand the perspective of our immigration enforcement officers who have to do their job and can't allow a heckler's veto over our immigration enforcement. And so much of what's gone wrong is the failure to do that. And here's the point. We can do a good job of enforcing our immigration laws without the chaos, but it actually requires the cooperation of state and local officials. If you look at blue cities and blue states, red cities and red states, you go to Austin, Texas, or Memphis, Tennessee, you go to the state of Texas, obviously a very red state, or the state of Tennessee, a very red state, but you've got blue cities within those states, you do not have this level of chaos. The reason why things have gotten so out of hand is because of failure of cooperation between the state and local authorities and what these guys are trying to do. We have a ton of resources, a ton of ICE agents in this city right now that I would rather us not have. I'd love to send those guys home. They're not even doing targeted immigration enforcement. They are trying to protect ICE officers who are doing immigration enforcement, because when a crowd surrounds them and these guys call 911, the local officials, the local cops have been told to stand down. So we have people here who aren't even doing immigration enforcement, they're doing force protection. So that if a rioter tries to ruin the life or assault an ICE officer, they're actually protected. Now, why doesn't it make more sense for the local cops to get involved in that situation? Why not just have the mayor or the local officials tell the police officers, you know what, if an ICE officer is being assaulted by a far left agitator, you are invited, you should actually help them. That's what would work out in any normal situation, and that's what happens in nearly every jurisdiction, red or blue, in the United States of America. The reason it hasn't happened here is because the local authorities have been told, stand down, do not help ICE, promote the violence, promote the agitation, but don't do anything to lower the temperature and lower the chaos. That's a problem. Here's another example of how the lack of cooperation between state and local officials makes it harder for us to do our job and turns up the temperature. Let's say, for example, we have a criminal migrant who is a sex offender. And let's say that we've got to go and arrest that person who, Democrat or Republican, wants
at it again with the $1,000 donation. Thank you,
I would hope that most people don't. But because they're an illegal alien, we don't know their last address. We may have known their address 3 years ago, but we don't know their address now. What we'd like to do is talk to local officials and say, you know what, according to the Medicaid rules, where was the last address this person was domiciled? Or according to a SNAP application, a food stamps application, maybe that could give us insight to where this person is today. Or maybe they had some local court trouble. We could go to the local courthouse or even the local jail and try to find where this criminal sex offender is today. The local authorities have been told, do not cooperate. So these guys are trying to go out and enforce the law. They're trying to arrest sex offenders, but they're trying to do it in an environment where local officials have been told, do not help them, do not provide intelligence about where these sex offenders might be. This is disgraceful. And there are a lot of things that all of us could do better to lower the temperature, but the number one thing that I learned today is that the best way to facilitate reasonable enforcement of the law, but also to lower the chaos in Minneapolis, would be for state and local officials to cooperate. Now, I will say, on one final positive note, I actually think that there's some hope, some reason to think that there's going to be better cooperation in the weeks and months to come. I think that because I've talked to some of the local officials here, I think there are reasons to believe that these people are going to step up and actually ask the cops to protect our ICE officers when they're being assaulted, who are going to ask the local courts to cooperate with getting criminal sex offenders out of our community. That's a good thing. That's the good news, and that's something I'm going to work on when I get back to Washington. But please, if you're a local official, if you're the mayor of this town, if you have any influence over those people, just tell them to cooperate, because we could have immigration enforcement operate as smoothly and without the chaos that we see in Austin, Texas, or Memphis, Tennessee, or even rural parts of the state of Minnesota. All we need is a little cooperation. I guarantee we're going to do the best to be professional, to respect people's rights, to not do anything that we don't have to do in order to enforce immigration laws, but it would make our lives a lot easier. It would make our officers a lot safer, and it would make Minneapolis much less chaotic if we had a little bit of cooperation from the state and local officials. With that, I'll shut up and take some questions. Thank you, guys.
Vice President Vance, a local school district here is alleging ICE agents detaining a 5-year-old after preschool on Tuesday. We've also seen multiple American citizens detained by ICE or harassed by ICE in the last 6 weeks. Are you proud of how your administration is conducting this immigration crackdown here in Minnesota right now?
Well, I'm proud of the fact that we're standing behind law enforcement, and I'm proud of the fact that we're enforcing the country's laws. But,
All right. We've seen enough. We've seen enough. Okay. I'm glad that worked. And I'm sorry. So I studied law. JD Vance allegedly did too, but I studied the law. The thing is, here's the thing. I'm trying to gather my thoughts. The thing is, first of all, I know they say that they're trying to capture the worst of the worst and all the criminals, etc. We know that that's not true because we have eyeballs. And unlike the White House, we're not doctoring the images that are coming out of Minneapolis. And we'll get into that in a second. We have eyeballs. We're seeing what's happening. I'm drinking a fizzy drink right now. And so I'm sorry if I keep burping. That's going to go ahead and be on me. So if, first of all, ICE is not in charge of criminal arrests. That would be a different branch of DHS, the name of which is has escaped me. ICE is meant to enforce our immigration laws. Something that a lot of people seem to forget is that our immigration laws are civil laws. They are not criminal statutes. They are civil laws. And the thing that's really fun that they like to do is, so there was this leaked memo, and now they're claiming that they don't need a warrant, and we'll get into that, for entering and arresting people in their homes. So the thing is that they know that this is civil. They know that because they know that they shouldn't be breaking down people's doors to conduct and to enforce our civil, non-criminal laws. For those of you who are not familiar, we have criminal statutes, and then we have regulations, civil regulations that are not punishable as a crime. And immigration laws are that. Overstaying a visa is not a criminal offense. Okay? If you are due to be seen in immigration court, that is an administrative law judge. That is not a criminal court proceeding. If a person commits an actual crime, they can be arrested by law enforcement for that, whether they are immigrants or not. We don't actually need ICE to be doing that because we have laws. We have laws. But the Fourth Amendment is a real slippery thing for this administration. Anyway, okay. Vance defended the use of force by agents on civilians with scenes from Wednesday, including Customs and Border Protection Chief Greg Bovino throwing chemical munitions into a crowd of protesters in South Minneapolis. He loves doing that. Greg loves that. Vance claimed that agents only use chemical irritants and less lethal munitions when they're assaulted, despite numerous videos of agents using excessive force on undocumented immigrants and U.S. citizens alike that show otherwise in recent weeks. He then said that a lot of the media is lying about what agents are doing. Again, this is why they have to tell the lie that everyone on the ground in Minneapolis is a paid agitator, because then they can say they're paid agitators and all these videos are fake. And that's only true of the right-wing agitators who are on our streets trying to take advantage of the unrest. Yeah, it's maddening. There are now an estimated 3,000 agents in Minnesota, with Vance claiming more were needed to protect each other following a weird reaction from residents. We're seeing this level of chaos only in Minneapolis, Vance said. Part of that is because we haven't seen this number, this level of a surge anywhere else but Minneapolis. Not in LA, not in Chicago. Not to say that those weren't awful situations as well, but they are trying something new here in Minnesota, and they're really perplexed because, again, as I have said already during this broadcast, Republicans can only understand people showing up and showing out if there's like monetary incentive involved. They cannot wrap their heads around community, around people giving a fuck about other people, and about actual empathy, which JD Vance claims, well, all that's missing here is that we need to be able to see things from another person's perspective. I have read online some reports. This is like Reddit posts, so I don't know if these are correct, but there are ICE officers who are saying, hey, I'm just here to do like civil immigration stuff. I am not really interested in all of this other bullshit. And the ones that are here to fuck shit up, I am seeing it from their perspective. And it is the perspective of wanting to fuck shit up and having zero empathy for other people. And like, it's like being asked to see it from the perspective of like an SS officer in the Gestapo. It's like, oh gosh, we should really think about their perspective. I'm at a loss for words, frankly. I think so much of what's gone wrong in Minneapolis is people not trying to understand the perspective of somebody else. It's like, I've been in emotionally abusive relationships in the past. The gaslighting, it's when you are gaslit to this extent and feeling like you're not heard, oftentimes the only possible reaction is yelling and is acting out and is, in this case, going to the fucking streets and screaming. Because we are being told that what our eyeballs are witnessing is not happening by the most powerful people in this country. And it's maddening, and they're only making it worse. They're only making us more pissed. They're only making all of us want to turn out more. They're only making all of you more pissed and donating to the Immigrant Defense Network, which, hi, sorry if you're just joining. Welcome. Thank you for being here. I'm raising money for the Immigrant Defense Network, which is a coalition of 100 different organizations in Minnesota. All of the donations, including here on Facebook or here on YouTube, through this link on YouTube, buying my merch at legionmillermerch.com, the Protect Immigrants t-shirts and sweatshirts, all of that is going to go towards Immigrant Defense Network, and all of that money goes towards the immediate needs of immigrants in this community, as well as training. They do constitutional observer training. So thank you so much for your donations. Steph, Laura, Taylor, Anonymous, $50. Thank you. I see you over on YouTube as well. Thank you so much for all of your donations. So I think the only thing that I guess gives me hope in all of this is that their lies are so clear. And anyone who is in Minnesota knows that this is lies. Anyone who saw the Renee Good videos knows that they are lying about what happened. Knows that it is unconscionable that they are targeting Renee Good's widow instead of trying to investigate what happened and investigating the ICE officer, Jonathan Ross, who shot her. The more that they do this, the more that their power is going to diminish. Their power is already diminished. A powerful state like this knows its power is going away, and it knows that it has to crack down on the people when we take to the streets like this, period. They know that they are losing power. The more ICE agents that they send into other cities, because make no mistake, this is not ending with Minneapolis. They are training. They are starting here. It's not ending here. Well, they trained in Los Angeles and Chicago. And this is a new level here in Minneapolis, but it is not ending here in Minneapolis. As they export this to other cities, more and more people will be on the ground doing this work. The work that I was reading out loud to you for the first 2 hours of this live stream. If you weren't here, I was reading the oral testimony of people on the ground here in Minnesota, people who are on the hyper-local signal chats, who are ready at a moment's notice to show up and blow whistles and honk their horns and get ICE out of their neighborhoods. The people who are running food to their neighbors who are too afraid to leave their houses, the people who are patrolling the corners of their streets for any sign of ICE, the people who are helping to patrol the schools and daycare centers that care for their child because the people who work there and give that care can't safely come to and leave work. Even just driving around this city, you can't help but be terrorized by the ICE presence. You drive around with your windows rolled down in negative 20-degree weather, listening for any sign of horns, honking, whistles, so that you can see, is there, like, even just driving around, is there going to be an ICE agent speeding down on some stupid chase who's going to fucking T-bone me in this intersection? Like, you are on constant high alert. And when you live like this and you see what they are doing, and it's not just the media doctoring shit, anyone who lives in this community has friends in this community. My friends are going out in the streets and they're taking videos. And then I'm seeing those videos. They are not doctored. These are not social media influencers. These are not industry plants. These are not highly paid agitators. These are people in highly decentralized signal groups showing up and blowing whistles. Okay. The more people that experience this, the more this regime will crumble, the stronger our resistance will be, the more people will doubt what they're hearing from the administration. And of course, people like me, most of you in my viewers who watch me, we always approach anything coming out of this regime with skepticism. Any facts being published by any official arm of the government are no longer valid, which is a fucking shame because, like, the US at one point had a reputation for at least having some level of integrity, as much as there is a lot to object to in our history. But we are now at a point where, like, basic facts, images being posted, none of it can be trusted. The only thing you can trust coming out of this regime is when they tell you what they're planning on doing. Even if you think, well, that's beyond the pale, there's no way they can do that. That is the one area where you need to take their word on it, whether it's threatening to not hold elections in 2026 or 2028, sending in the army. You take their word on that. But the more people see how full of shit this is, the more it's going to spread to people beyond myself, beyond people in my audience who are already aware of the gaslighting, of the hypocrisy, of the complete blatant lies. People are going to see it. People who maybe wouldn't normally have noticed, people who maybe voted for Trump and are realizing the error of their ways. Have I been screaming about Project 2025 since 2023? Yes, I have. Yes, I have. Believe me, I tried to warn the people. Some people really didn't believe it. So we gotta take them at their word when they tell us what they're going to do, Project 2025, for example, and doubt everything they say. And the more that they lie, the more people will see that. The more people will see that. Thank you to those who are joining. Thank you to those who are new here and who don't know who I am. My name is Leija. I'm a lawyer. I am based in Minneapolis. I am sitting in Minneapolis right now. I'm hosting a fundraiser for the Immigrant Defense Network, which is a coalition of 100 different organizations. Your money will go towards training, constitutional observation, observer training, as well as immediate rapid response needs for our immigrant community here on the ground. You can donate using the little QR code in the bottom corner. The donation link is in the description. I just posted the donation link as well here. You can also donate by going to LeijaMillerMerch.com. And if you grab one of those Protect Immigrants t-shirts or sweaters, all of those profits will be donated as well. You can also go to immigrantdefensenetwork.org and donate to them directly if you would prefer to do that. If you're donating here on YouTube, those will also go to the Immigrant Defense Network. Thank you so much for your donations. We are at $28,400. We have a goal of $50,000. Thank you, Rochelle. Thank you, James 1978. Thank you, Jill. Thank you, Ben. And thank you to everyone who has donated so far. The original goal was 10,000. I'm sorry I doubted you. Thank you, Jessica, Rochelle. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your donations. The people are gathering in downtown Minneapolis right now. I wish I had overhead footage to show you. I'm going to check in on my Instagram. If you have questions for me, pop them in the chat. I'll see what I can answer. I have a few more headlines of recent events I wanted to chat about. I'm just checking Instagram to see. I have a friend with a drone who 37 minutes ago posted some overhead footage. I might see if I can share it with you guys. Let's see. I'm gonna message him quick. He's on Instagram. Hold on. This is what I'm saying when I mean, like, this is making us stronger. This is a person I haven't spoken to in I don't know a decade, not for any reason, but just you lose touch with people. I am reconnecting with people I went to high school with. We're in each other's DMs. Like, this is creating connection, and this is creating community. Hold on, I'm messaging him. How do you spell aerial? Aerial shots? What the fuck? How do you spell aerial? Arial like the font? No. AERIL. Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. I knew that. People are asking for aerial shots. Okay. We'll see. He's literally at the protest right now, so I mean, who knows if he's checking his phone, but he's got some good ones. And then I have a couple other people, again, people I went to high school with that I haven't spoken to in years. Let's see. It looks like there's a secondary rally happening in St. Paul as well. So again, I just picked up my phone and opened Instagram and that's it. And listen, I haven't really been going on Instagram because fuck social media, but like if you are trying to connect with people, you can. And this is making people connect even more. Let's see. Okay. I will give him some time to respond. And if I can, I will share those aerial photos because I'm not trying to be a narc, you know? Let's see. According to Perfect Union, workers in 215 cities are walking out in solidarity with Minneapolis today. Let's see. Here's what also fucking sucks about social media is nothing is posted in chronological order. I can't tell if this happened today or 3 weeks ago. Let's see. Anyway. Thank you for your donations, Tim. Thank you, Austin. Your anonymous donations are appreciated. Thank you, Mesmerized Child, for your $10 donation. Thank you for those of you still telling me how to spell Ariel. Much appreciated. Thank you to everyone joining. Again, if you're new and you don't know who I am, I'm Leija. I'm a lawyer. My twice weekly, Monday, Wednesday podcast, Why America, breaks down the latest headlines. Question, how many laws do you think this immigration agency has broken thus far? I mean, I would have to, innumerable. Who's to say? My main concern is the Constitution, and we've definitely seen a lot there. Jamie, $250 donation. Thank you so much. We are getting so close to 30,000. The goal is 50,000. I don't know if we're gonna get there, you guys. I'm going till 4. I'm going till 4 p.m. my time. That gives us 45 minutes. 45 minutes. If you have friends, if you have social media, tell them to pop on over. Give what they can. Now, that being said, even if we have, less than our $50,000 goal here on this screen here, this is not including all of your donations on YouTube and all of the merch that you guys have purchased. So it might all add up to that. I am not sure. There is not a fun, fancy, free way to get it all combined into one counter that I can display in a pretty way on the live stream. But if everyone invites a friend or two to this live stream and we bump up these viewer counts a little bit more, people around the country, around the world are watching in horror at what's happening here in Minnesota. Every little bit counts. All of your donations are going to the Immigrant Defense Network. That is a coalition of 100 different organizations in Minnesota that are providing trainings for protesters, as well as immediate needs on the ground for our immigrant neighbors. Keep the donations coming. I have had so many beveraginos over the last couple hours that I need to take a little potty break. So I will be right back. Hi, I'm back. All right. Thank you to everyone donating. We're at $28,000. That's amazing. I have a few more headlines that I wanted to talk about with you guys because that's what I do. Having my little beveragino. Let's see. Here's the donation link. It's also linked in the description. If you go to LeijaMillerMerch.com, the goal on this stream, $50,000. We are at $28,000. I originally started with a $10,000 goal. So that's pretty fucking cool. My goal is to absolutely blow their fucking tits off with this donation, you guys. I want to blow their minds. MDG, thank you. Anonymous, thank you for your $50 donation. We got donations coming in over on YouTube as well. Anything you donate on YouTube, anything you donate through the link I just posted, anything that is donated by going to legionmillermerch.org and buying one of those Protect Immigrants t-shirts, all of those, it's going to be donated. Does my merch ship to Canada? That's a great question. I believe so. I believe so. I'm going to see if I can see on the back end on YouTube how much. I think it's an after the stream situation. Brandon, thank you for your donation. I don't know if I can see until after the stream how much has been raised, unfortunately. Let's see. Live. Yeah, I don't think I can tell yet, but as I've already said a bunch of times, I will post receipts after the fact to show you the total numbers. Okay, we are so close to 30,000. Who's going to set it over? Who's going to set it over? Maddie, thank you for the $100 donation. Ian, thank you. Anonymous, $100. Thank you. Simeon, thank you so much. All right, let's look at some other headlines while those donations keep coming in. Yeah, okay, I didn't know how to spell Ariel. So what? Big deal. Okay, Judd says, yes, I can share the aerial images. Let me figure out how to do that. I talked the big game. I was like, I'll show you the aerial images. And now I'm like, how am I going to it's on Instagram. Let's see. Here we go. How do I, oh boy. Okay. I'm going to try. Ready? Oh, there we go. This is my friend Judd filmed this. This is probably, 48 minutes ago he posted it. That's the Commons in downtown Minneapolis. This is from the ground. Here's a shot of that again. Thank you, Beta, for your $100 donation. Emily, $25. Anonymous, $25. Courtney, $10. Thank you so much. The people are turning out. Let's just watch it one more time. He said he has more, so maybe he'll send some other drone images, but that's maybe half the park. I don't even think it covers, like there's more on the edges that you can't see. Amazing. You'll love to see it. And this is what I'm saying. Oh, he just sent a bunch more. Okay. All right. Thanks, Judd. Okay. That's the one we just saw, I think. There we go. So this is the train right here. They're saying that it's just packed with people. And then there's so much more space over here that we can't see. It looks like people are all the way down the block here. There's more over here we can't see. Coming in hot with the aerial footage. AERIAL. You love to see it. Looks like we've got a ton of people over here just kind of streaming in. And then, of course, the big crowd. Reminder, it's negative 13 out there last I checked. Let me see. Negative 9. Currently negative 9. The sun is shining. Reminds me of my childhood. I couldn't even guess. I don't even want to try. I mean, I have no idea. I don't think 100,000 would be outside the realm of reality, though. Amazing. Negative 9 degrees Fahrenheit. My nipple indicators say below negative 20. Yeah. It's one of those. Yesterday, I went to the grocery store and it's like just walking from the car to the grocery store, it feels like your nose is going to fall off. I was in like parka, hat, mittens, but like my nose, I felt. Yeah, that's right. All paid, clearly. That crowd, definitely the Dems, the libs, definitely have the cash to support that crowd. So, negative 22 Celsius for those who need it. I can do Celsius in the positives, but then the negatives I can't calculate. I don't get it. Yeah, Soros money. That's right. George Soros out there just giving hundreds of millions of dollars away. Well, thank you to Judd for the aerial footage. Let's see what else we got here. So another headline I wanted to talk about. I got my Soros books. Oh, God. I wanted to talk about the subpoenas, the ongoing DOJ investigation into my governor and my mayor. So, you guys might recognize this guy, Tim Walz. You might remember him. He is the governor of the state of Minnesota. You know, I felt the Kamala hope and spirit this past like summer 2024. There was a moment where I thought maybe we could really cinch it. And you know, it was fun. It was fun to have him kind of be in the spotlight. I will say, like, there's definitely been some, as much as like, and I talked about this in a video, the fraud that's being reported on that's happening here in Minnesota, it's real. There is real fraud happening. Why hasn't this been dealt with? I don't know. Did it all happen under his watch? Absolutely not. There is records going back to at least as early as 2015, if not earlier, indicating that people knew that our systems were ripe for fraud. Ripe for fraud. So I don't know why nothing has been done about it. I am glad that things are being done about it. I am sad that it is coming at the expense of the Somali community in this state, because a few people who committed crimes are being used to discriminate and be bigoted against an entire group of people. I also have a friend who works for the state, and there was some return to office bullshit that I can't get behind that Walz was really pushing for. And it's really strict and it's really like black and white, and it doesn't really allow for flexibility, and it's a lot of times really unnecessary. So I'm not really sure why. Separately, our Mayor Fry, Jacob Fry, fuck him. First of all, talk about a punchable face. He's a Democrat, but he loves the police and he loves big business. And he is the thorn in the side of our progressive city council. We have a very progressive city council in Minneapolis. And he gets in the way of them getting shit done all the time. All the time. yeah, he was booed off stage during some George Floyd protests because he's just like, he won't even entertain the concept of like what it might look like to decenter the police or do anything about them brutalizing people in the streets. And yet he keeps getting reelected, even with ranked choice voting. I didn't fucking vote for him. But obviously, the JD Vance line that we heard just a little bit ago, that it is, you know, our elected officials locally that are causing the mayhem in Minnesota, obviously is fucking batshit crazy. Okay. Batshit cuckoo bananas. Cuckoo bananas. Should Mayor Fry be doing more? Absolutely. Absolutely. He's like posting old videos and really trying to do gotcha moments a la Gavin Newsom on social media. And he's on a whirlwind media tour. He's writing for the New York Times. Good for you, Jacob. Where the fuck are you? Get on the streets. Yes, it seems like they're making a point of doing nothing, like most Dems these days. It's just, let's see. Tiltify is not letting you use your card. Yes, you can donate here on YouTube if you want, or you can go directly to immigrantdefensenetwork.org. There's a big donate button there. You can give it there. Unfortunately, it's not going to pop up here for me. But I mean, obviously, I don't give a shit the way you donate as long as you do donate. So, yeah. Bro said get the fuck out once and now he's touring. He said a cuss word, you guys. He's cool. He's cool. No, you guys, he's cool. Anyway, all that to say, fuck these guys. Not Tim Walz as much, but fuck them a little bit. But they don't deserve to be under investigation by the DOJ. It's one of those things where people tell me that like the videos that I make and the episodes that I make are really good. And I'm glad that people get things out of my content. $200 donation from Anonymous. Thank you so much. Who's going to set us over to $30,000? Hello, pardon me. Sorry to interrupt. Who's going to set us over to the $30,000 mark? Reminder, I started off this broadcast hoping we would raise 10,000. Someone drop a $5. Anyone at all. Send us over the edge. I'm not sure if we're going to hit 50K because I got to shut this thing down in about half an hour. So sorry. But obviously you can continue to donate. Thank you. Thank you for the donations. Thank you for people watching from all over the world. $3,000 or sorry, 3 times above the original goal. Ain't nothing to shake a stick at. You know what I mean? Thank you to those donating on YouTube. It doesn't show on my screen, but I see you, and I will definitely post the receipts afterwards. If you donate through the link, then it'll pop up on the screen. So we got about half an hour to go here. Half an hour, $20,000. I mean, listen, we blew through my $10,000 goal within half an hour at the beginning of this broadcast. So maybe we can, come in hot at the end. Hello from DC. Thank you for being here. There we go. $30,000 from Antifa headquarters. You guys, you're going to give the Republicans a new headline to talk about. Fox will have a field day, you guys. Watching from Ireland. Hello. The world is standing with Minnesota, and we love to see it. I'm so glad that you guys are here. Thank you for your donations. Amazing. Let's fucking go. Coming through. Let's see. Legia, did you have any idea at all that the fascists would be this close to where you live? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. $50. Thank you so much for your donation. Ignipotence72. Sorry, can't pronounce that. Yes, I had a feeling they would come for us because I knew that they would be coming for left-leaning locations, for leftist cities, for sanctuary cities, for left blue states that did not vote for Trump. Tim Walz, obviously, we have a president who loves revenge, so that kind of put a target on our backs. I don't think it's surprising that they picked Minnesota for those reasons. I think it's surprising because I think it's fucking stupid to have picked Minnesota to come to in the dead of fucking winter on our turf. I don't think they knew what they were getting themselves into. Matt, thank you so much. $100 donation. Thank you. I've said this earlier in the broadcast, but I don't think they realized what they were signing up for when they tried to attack us on our turf in the dead of winter. Especially given what we did in summer 2020 during the George Floyd uprisings. We had the apparatus in place, we had the infrastructure in place. All we had to do was just turn on the all that infrastructure, the all of the mutual aid organizations, all of the other organizations, that all of that was still working since George Floyd, or was able to just start right back up. We already had this in place. And in case, I've been going for almost 4 hours at this point, so you probably haven't been sitting with me for this entire time. So if you missed at the beginning, I do want to reiterate the strategy that's been working here on the ground in Minnesota, because I think that it should be exported to other places, because I do not think that it is going to stop in Minnesota. It is going to go and be exported to a city near you, especially a left city, especially a blue city, a sanctuary city, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Thank you for those of you who've been here the whole time. Churgy. Amazing. Thank you for being here. Greg Bovino's wife, $25. Thanks. Thanks so much. Does he have a wife? Rip. Yeah, they're going to hit the blue states. They're going to hit the sanctuary cities. Let me see. I'm looking at all your comments. Let's see. Any chance that the coming storm will give ICE trouble and let protesters give good trouble? I mean, I think, like, we're not having a storm per se. Thank you to Anonymous, $50. Abby, $25. Thank you so much. I think that in Minnesota, we're not supposed to get a storm. We're just having extreme cold. And I think that is enough to help stop them. I know that Minnesotans, first of all, we already have really good winter gear, because anyone who knows that it is all about the gear. You can be as comfortable as can be if you have the correct gear. Prince would famously say that it's the weather keeps the bad people out. I think you would be proud to see it in action right now. Any videos you see of protesters, of ICE, you see protesters slipping and running, but like being able to handle it. And you see ICE just absolutely eating shit because they have no idea how to exist. Their cars are getting stuck. They're like giant SUV cars with four wheels. They have no idea how to exist. So, anyway, so yes, I think that the cold is definitely fucking them up. Someone asked, let me see, hold on. Hold up. Okay, someone asked, what is a ICE arrest supposed to look like when it's not being used as an ethnic cleansing tactic? First of all, they're supposed to have warrants signed by judges in order to arrest people in their homes. So they're supposed to approach the house. They're supposed to have a target, a named specific target, who they are going after. They are supposed to have a warrant in order to apprehend someone inside their home. If they have a warrant signed by like an immigration officer, they can arrest people outside of their home. They're not supposed to use excessive force. Like, it's all the basic shit. It's it's the stuff that we kind of sometimes take for granted, especially white people in this country, that we're going to be read our rights, that we're going to be not just brutalized, that we're going to be safe in our own homes, that there's going to be probable cause to believe that a crime has occurred or will be occurring, or that there's evidence of a crime. All of that shit's out the window. I mean, even our Supreme Court has decided that having an accent, being racially profiled, is totally fine. You know? So, allegedly, we're supposed to have due process and we're supposed to be protected from unreasonable searches and seizures. That applies to ICE as much as it applies to the cops. Frankly, ICE even more so, because they're not even supposed to be enforcing any criminal laws. France is in the house. Keep on fighting, Minnesota. Love to see it. Thank you. Thank you for your donations. Antifa Ohio, $10. Thank you. Fruit Punch Baby, thank you. Let's see. I'm reading all your comments. Okay. So a few other headlines. One thing, we already kind of talked about that. Federal prosecutors have subpoenaed Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, his office said Tuesday, as well as Jacob Frey, amid the Justice Department's investigation into the state's response to President Donald Trump heightening immigration enforcement there. So just so we're clear, in case you're just tuning in, they have done nothing to investigate Jonathan Ross, the murderer of Renee Good. Even the run-of-the-mill shit that you should be doing after someone discharges their weapon and kills someone while on duty, it's not happening. They're just immediately saying he is not at fault. There is nothing to see here. There is no investigation being done. Period. They instead are actually weaponizing the DOJ, unlike them claiming that Biden weaponized the DOJ. They're actually weaponizing the DOJ, as they have been for the last year. And they are using it to get back at anyone who the president has a vendetta against, or any of his goons has a vendetta against, whether it's Letitia James or James Comey. So it's a tactic. It's a tactic that is being used to try to scare our elected officials. They really like to pat themselves on the back because Tim Walz is not running for re-election. So they think that they ended his career. I think what ended his career is that there is fraud happening in this state and he didn't do enough about it. Every accusation by the White House is a confession. Absolutely. Sorry, sometimes I just have to sigh. Take a moment, take a breath. Thank you, Anonymous. $2 donation. That every penny works. Every penny counts. Thank you. Additional subpoenas were sent to Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey, St. Paul Mayor Kali Herr, Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison, Hennepin County Prosecutor Mary Moriarty. The DOJ has refused to cooperate with Minnesota prosecutors on the probe into Good's death, prompting Ellison and Moriarty to launch their own investigations into the shooting. The Trump administration has also signaled that it will not look into the immigration agent who shot Good, and instead investigated Good's widow, which triggered the resignations of some federal prosecutors. About 6 federal prosecutors in the U.S. Attorney's Office here in Minnesota resigned because of their handling of this case, because they were pressured into investigating the widow of Renee Good. Walz, Frey, and Herr filed a lawsuit earlier this month asking a judge to formally block the Department of Homeland Security from surging immigration officials to the state. Here's where that is. So let's see. This is a separate lawsuit, but relatedly, a group of activists opposed to the deportation drive ordered by President Donald Trump in Minnesota's most populous city sued his administration in December, saying their constitutional rights to protest and observe the enforcement actions had been infringed and continue to be infringed. Last Friday, U.S. District Judge Kate Menendez in Minnesota sided with the plaintiffs, issuing a preliminary injunction barring federal immigration agents from retaliating against individuals engaged in nonviolent, unobstructive protests. The Constitution protects that. This judge is just reiterating that. We already knew that. We can read the Constitution. We can see the history. We already knew that. This judge is reiterating that. However, Menendez's order explicitly prohibited federal agents from detaining or using pepper spray, tear gas, or other crowd control munitions against peaceful demonstrators or bystanders who were observing or recording immigration enforcement operations in the Twin Cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul. The injunction was to remain in effect while the merits of the lawsuit as a whole were under court review, but the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, which oversees immigration enforcement, appealed the district court's ruling. On Wednesday, the 8th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals sided with DHS, blocking the injunction while it weighs whether to issue a longer-term stay or restore Menendez's restrictions on immigration and customs enforcement agents and border patrol. So, okay, TLDR, they sued saying that ICE was being infringing on their especially First Amendment rights to protest, to film ICE. You are legally allowed to film ICE when you are out in public. You cannot obstruct an ICE operation, but standing back and filming is legal. It is protected, no matter what the regime tries to tell you. Greg Bovino's Tiny Pino, $10. Thank you so much for your generous donation. Thank you. They win in the lower court, in the district court. DHS appeals that up to the 8th Circuit Court of Appeals. I believe most of them are Republican nominees. Most of the judges on the 8th Circuit Court of Appeal are Republican nominees. I believe I read that 4 are Trump nominees. They decided not to uphold the injunction, which doesn't necessarily mean that they're saying, nah, it's okay, ICE can just do whatever they want. They're saying we want to allow them and not step in and not say that they can't do this until we've heard the full merits of the case. Did they have to do that? No, they couldn't. Judge Menendez gave a nice long explanation. I was going to read it, but we're running out of time because it's 83 pages long and I'm starting to lose my voice. She gave an 83-page explanation as to why this injunction needed to stand. The 8th Circuit Court of Appeals gave a 1-page order saying, no, it does not. No, it does not. I'm reading your comments. Thank you for your donations. Here's the donation link. We are at $30,500. Okay. Thank you so much for everyone who's donated. I will post receipts afterwards for the final tally because I know a lot of people have donated on YouTube and that is not showing up here because I don't have a way of combining all of them. Also, a lot of people have purchased the Protect Immigrants t-shirt at legionmillermerch.com or the sweatshirts. It's 3 times the original goal of $10,000. I upped it to 50 because I was feeling ambitious. $30,000 is going to go so far here. It's going to make so much difference here on the ground. And I really appreciate everyone's willingness to chip in. Because as I started the broadcast out saying, it really truly is days like this, when you see that overhead footage of the tens of thousands of people who are currently right now in downtown, who walked out of the job, who didn't go to school, who aren't buying things, who are protesting. And you see on top of that, that little old me over here, we can combine our resources and raise $30,000. $30,000 that will go directly into the community. The Immigrant Defense Network is a coalition of 100 different organizations in Minnesota. They provide training. They provide on-the-ground rapid response support for immigrant families. I couldn't even tell you how far your money is going to go. And I'm sure the final tally will be even higher. And I'm gobsmacked at what we can do together. And so when people come in and they say, well, what's the point? It's one day of economic blackout. It's one, whatever, who cares? First of all, shut the fuck up. First of all, I don't need that negativity. Shut up. Second of all, it does matter. It does matter because it shows us how strong we are. It shows us how united we are. And as I hope that the on the ground testimony that I was reading at the beginning of this broadcast showed you, it's these tiny things every day, sometimes really big things every day, but it's the day in, the day out, the showing up, the protesting, the checking on your neighbors, the joining the Signal chat and meeting your neighbors that makes all the difference in the world. And it feels like not enough. It never feels like enough. It feels like we should always be doing more, but it's so important that we do these little things day in and day out because that is what matters. There is not one single thing you can decide to do or that we can all do on one day that's going to topple the regime. And there's only one right way to show up, and there's only one right way to protest, and there's only one right way to speak truth to power, and there's only one right way to do it. And if you're not doing it, then you're bad and you're not doing enough. That's not how this works. Every movement throughout history, if you read about it, if you study the history, there are people who are doing different types of work, who are showing up in the capacity they are able to show up in. There are journalists, there are lawyers, there are protesters, there are people running the Underground Railroad, there are people who are doing the donating, there are people who are doing the elected official work. It has to happen everywhere all the time, all at once. But no one person can be doing everything everywhere all at once. And so to poo-poo something, to say, well, that's not going to do anything, that's not enough, respectfully shut the fuck up. And yes, it will. Yes, it will. Not today, but the amount of inspiration that I know people around the world and across this country are taking from the small everyday actions that people in Minnesota are doing to resist what we are seeing with our own eyes, not what the regime wants you to believe, but what we are seeing in our streets, the chaos, the violence, the lack of safety that we all feel now. We do not feel more safe having 3,000 ICE agents in our street. I'm afraid to drive down the road because I'm going to get fucking T-boned by some pumped up ICE agent and living his G.I. Joe fucking fantasy. No one is safer because of this. And we can all see that. And we are out here on the streets. Yes, more than one protester in Minneapolis has been blinded because they got hit in the eye with less lethal munitions because of ICE. We are all seeing this, and we are all meeting our neighbors because of it. We are all organizing. We are all activating. We are all going out in the streets or donating money, providing rides for people, whatever we can do in whatever way we are able to show up, which is going to be different for each and every person. That is what we're doing. And that is important. And there is no perfect way to show up. And if you are looking for the perfect way, you are going to be waiting in the wings forever. You have to just step up and do something about it. And if that's donating $5 to this live stream, that is something. That is something. And that money is going to go towards helping people on the ground who need it. Thank you. I'm so sorry. The text is so small. Thank you to Altina, $100 donation. Thank you so much. We're rounding the corner on $31,000. $31,000 for the Immigrant Defense Network. Get those donation in. Anonymous, $300. Thank you so, so much. We have surpassed $31,000. $31,000. All of this means something. Whatever way you're able to show up, it is in demoralizing us and making us feel like we are powerless. That is how they win. If we keep showing up, if we take rest when we need to take rest, if we meet our neighbors, if we join a Signal group, if we give $10, if we donate a can of beans, if we give someone a ride. Christy Noam's bad lip filler, $25. Thank you for your donation, Christy Noam's bad lip filler. Thank you. At least it's doing some good for the world. Yes, I will update. I will update. Okay. Someone's asking what the Signal groups are. I gave a rundown of how things are organized, but I really want this to be disseminated across the country because I want people to know what's working here in Minnesota. And I'm not the only person voicing this, and I'm not an expert on this, but I'm watching how it's working here in Minnesota. I'm not going to give away the details because I'm not a fucking narc. Okay, but here's how it's working. There's a website. I learned about the website through word of mouth. I was at a community center. Someone mentioned it to me. I saw a sign with the address on it. I think I saw it on Reddit a few times as well. You go to the website and you put in your information, your name, your email, what your neighborhood is. Everything is encrypted. You submit. Within minutes, a volunteer reviews your application and sends you the encrypted link with the password protected document. They are doing that to make sure it's not just creeps that are signing up for this. You click on that encrypted document. You open the document. It's got a link for each separate neighborhood in Minneapolis. You click on that link. It opens a new encrypted document. In that encrypted document, it's got all of the rules of engagement for how you can participate in this signal chat. It is very clear. It is saying you cannot be here as a voyeur. If you sign up for this signal, it means you are ready to drop everything and respond with your whistle in hand, showing up. This is a rapid response organization. If you are just there to be a voyeur or to ask stupid questions, that's not what it's for. Okay. So please do not join. Here are all the rules. Here is how you can engage. Thank you to Sean for your $100 donation. Thank you. And it also has mechanisms for how other people in the chat can police people. So if the people are not acting right based on the rules of engagement that is clearly listed before you ever have access to the signal chat, people can, to varying degrees, remind people what the rules are. It's very clear. It's very concise. Then you actually join the signal chats. There are signal chats for your neighborhood, but there are also signal chats for your street. We are talking hyper local. We are talking decentralized. I have no idea who organized these. I have no idea. I don't know who is the head. There is no head. There's no leader of this movement. I couldn't tell you. And that's very much on purpose, and it's good. And so that means that you are in a signal chat now that is hyper local, which first of all is super important because it's really easy to like join your neighborhood Facebook group or join your city Facebook group or look at your city's Reddit or join Nextdoor. And then you're just fucking inundated with horrible shit happening a mile from you, 2 miles from you, things that are far enough from you that there's nothing you can do. And you become paralyzed because it's so much, especially when you have 3,000 ICE agents on the streets. This way, it's hyper local and it's really effective because then you know this is on my street. This is my neighbor named X. I know this person. I know where they live. I know what's happening. I know who on my street needs that protection. Thank you, Seb. $100 donation. Andrea, $45. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you for everyone for your donations. And so this hyper local strategy, thank you, Glenn, $60, means that anytime ICE is spotted anywhere, people are out with their whistles on the street within 2 minutes because people are dedicated, they understand the expectations, and they show up and they're ready. And it's hard. People are struggling to juggle having a full-time job and often being caregivers to children or parents or whatever on top of doing all this, but they are dedicated to it because they are seeing with their own eyes what is happening and they don't support it. And so through this decentralized hyper-local engagement, it means that there is rapid response everywhere in this city because everyone is standing up and ready to help and they want direction for how to help. And this is a really easy way to direct them to say, here is your neighborhood signal group. Talk to each other, meet each other. And this is something that I say at the end of every single episode for a reason. We are seeing it work. We are seeing it in action, functioning the way that it's supposed to function. We are seeing neighbors meeting each other. And the more this regime sends in whatever Gestapo they want to send in across this country, first of all, there's not enough ICE agents. Like there's so many more of us than there are ICE agents or even members of the military, just so we're clear. But the more they do it, the more we're going to get to know our neighbors. Better to do it ahead of time, which is why I've been saying this for a very long time at this point. But it's better late than never, you know? The more you know your neighbors, the stronger your network is, the more resilient you become. You have their protection. They have your protection. You have each other's backs. You know the resources they have. You know the needs they have. They know what resources you have and what needs you have. So it's really inspiring and really hopeful. And that is what I want to be taken from this live stream. Not doom and gloom. Oh my God, we're fucked. Not, despair, but hope, because they can't take that from us. Because they can't divide us the way they think that they can. We don't hate our immigrant neighbors. We don't fear them. We don't. Anyone who lives in the city knows that immigrants make this city run. We have seen how much they make this city run because it has come to a fucking halt because immigrants can't leave their homes without getting disappeared off their streets. It means I can't get work done on my house that needs to get done because there is no one to do the work. My contractor is doing house calls, running food to her employees because they can't leave the house. It means that schools are shutting down, that daycare facilities are shutting down, that people that rely on caregivers who are immigrants can't do that. And now the immigrant caregivers are relying on them for protection and safety. This city can't run without immigrants. This country cannot fucking run without immigrants. And we are seeing that firsthand, and people know that. And so the more they push, the more we will organize, the more we will fight. And fighting looks different for each person. Some people are gunning for armed conflict in the streets. For other people, it means standing on the corner and blowing a whistle when ICE shows up. For others, it means escorting a teacher into school so she doesn't get kidnapped. For me, it means showing up on this live stream and collecting funds and giving it to where it's needed the most. And so I appreciate you, everyone, for donating. This truly is going to be life-changing for so many people to be able to send over $30,000 to the organizations on the ground here in Minnesota that need it most. Thank you, Ben from Fargo, $100 donations. Thank you so much. So I will be back tomorrow with my regularly scheduled program. I was supposed to post a video today, but I didn't because I wanted to live stream in solidarity and raise this money. And we just hit $32,000. Thank you, Steve and Pam. Thank you so much. I will update you tomorrow on how things unfold today for the rest of the day. People are still gathering in downtown. And with the final tally of the money that we've raised and will be donated. And thank you all for being here. I think if nothing else, this shows us how many people are so horrified by what's been happening, and stand with Minnesota and take inspiration from what's happening in Minnesota. And this is important because it will fortify us in preparation for what's to come, because this is unfortunately not the climax. I don't think this is unfortunately not where it ends. This is unfortunately just a test. So thank you, Christina. $50. Bovino, your mom's a hoe. $25. Thank you. And I'm going to leave you with that overhead shot of downtown Minneapolis taken by my friend Judd about an hour ago at this point, hour and a half. I'm assuming that there are even greater crowds now. Stay safe out there. Thank you, everyone who donated $32,000. Please be heartened. Feel hopeful by what we're seeing in Minnesota. Thank you so much. I'm going to wrap this up. Be safe out there. Bye.